So, morning, Sunda. All right. So, welcome everyone to the second day of Microscopic Landscape workshop. For today, we have a special session organized by Hana, Osman, and Cesar Velando. That I'm a pleasure to introduce you guys, both of them. We introduced them yesterday, but I want to just again mention a couple of works about the work that they have been doing. Both Hana and Cesar are alumni for Studio 12, the man-made geography studio that we run in the master studio in the master program in Umuyu University. Both of them undergraduate there, make their master, hold a master from Umuyu University. In both of them have been a guest teacher at the freestanding course Mapping Changing Ecosystems, and actually also they have been participating in Studio 12 in several seminars. And also Hana was invited a couple of years ago, or past year ago, in urban planning, and Cesar is also will start to teaching urban planning in university. The work that they developed in the studio was quite exciting, and they have been carrying on the same line and investigated further the same topics. The work of Hana in Studio 12 was fascinating, investigating the streams, rivers that were missing in Umeo River. So in Umeo, she was following the track or investigating river streams or tributary rivers from Umeo River, and discovering some special streams that disappear from the urban grid. And was a quite strong investigation, no? The unveiling the process of urbanization of Umeo city, and try to bring back the nature, the hidden nature that was blurred by the process of urbanization. And also working with data escapes and databases, and trying to spatialize the data of Umeo municipalities into very complex three-dimensional models. In the case of Cesar, also his work in Studio 12 was very exciting, also investigating one of the stream, the most wild stream in a tributary river in Umeo River also. And he also produced sort of a meta structures or parastructures to hold the growing of different species, you know, some sort of a kind of a landscape architecture, but combining with the scale of our architecture, scaling up into the landscape and holding the growing of this and improving the wilderness in these areas. So both of them also participate in the research that we showed yesterday together with Rebecca, the Small Visionary project that we grant a couple of years ago, and we exhibit in Umar Research Center. So they are very related with the topics that we are that you guys have been selected for your next steps. And they prepared today a session where they will explain step by steps how which were the steps or the method that we used to analyze those areas of investigation, as well as the data that they collect and the instruments and tools that they use for investigating these altered landscapes. Before I want to also say that together with Rebecca, we have been finding more information of our samples that were spread out in different folders, but we found finally more information from Laxere and Randy Yard for the groups that select these two places, as well as we will be uploading more information, and Hana and Cesar also find information from the data package that they uploaded also for you to run these sessions or run later. So, and we also try to we will be adding more information to the folders. Okay, so please let us know if what do you think about it, and if it was easy to access to them. The session, the streaming session was complicated for us. Something happened. I don't know. We talked to the organization to see if we can receive help. So the solution was to upload after we finish the sessions, we will upload the recording into YouTube and send it again as yesterday. All right.
We might fix this problem now during the first hour, so we might become
live. We will try to fix this in the coming hours. The session for today will be from 10 to 1. We will have the session run by Hana and Cesar that prepared something very interesting for today. And after that, we will have a break, lunch break, breakfast break, dinner break from 1 to 2:30, when Sevan and Atacam, that I haven't seen here Atacam, but they will join us. They will present the work that they produced in our previous molecular workshop series, in our landscape series, molecular landscaping at IAC, Institute of Advanced Architecture of Catalonia. So they prepare a very short talk to share with you, and it's an inspirational talk to illustrate or encourage you to see what kind of result we are expecting for the workshop. Okay, so yeah, something more to say? Well, I think, yes, we can start. So welcome, Hana and Cesar.
Hey. Thank you, Alejandro.
Thank you for the introduction.
Yeah, we're really excited to bring you guys, and kind of fun for us too, to kind of think about what we did and reflect on our research. So it has been quite a lot of fun putting this together for you guys, and we have a lot of really neat exercises for you to do, for you to have some outputs. So I'm gonna briefly share my screen and we can get started. I think just briefly, like, please, if you have any questions, just feel free to interrupt us at any time. We're trying to hold this open forum where me and Hana, we're just gonna try to have like a conversation and make it more fun, more dynamic for you guys. With that, I think that's the introduction. Do you want to add anything, Hana?
Yeah, we will be talking about the downloading of the thingy. Maybe I can say a few words about the project in general, or do you want to go for downloading information first or something?
You can go ahead and start with the QGs.
No, not the QGs yet. Yeah, so we are delving into the study of geographies and landscapes that have been or are currently being affected by disruptive agents. Many of these landscapes, though appearing normal, today they bear hidden scars of past destructions that remain as traces beneath their surfaces. Some landscapes still visibly display these scars, while others are in the process of being affected, leaving future marks of disruption. Notably, the landscape's recovery often occurs rapidly, resulting in a synthetic hybrid nature that can be mistaken for natural landscapes. This artificially reconstructed nature is a form of ecology that blurs the line between what is genuinely nature and what is artificially induced. The long-term impacts of industrial forces on these landscapes are uncertain and challenging to predict. The research that we're doing, it's focusing on various agents of disruption. Practically what we're going to be doing today is we are going to be trying to focus on those agents of disruption, which can include military areas, intact forests, fires, dams, power lines, migration routes for birds and reindeers, river transformation, green and blue corridors, pollution, CO2 levels, and energy infrastructure like solar panels, wind towers. These factors contribute to the complex dynamics of the landscape changes. And the Arctic region, in particular, is scrutinized to understand what is happening within its territories. And we are going to go through, me and Cesar today, we will take you through different scales. We will start with the planetary scale, where we use the satellite imagery to observe large-scale patterns and disruptions. And we will move to regional scale, where we examine regional infrastructure such as power lines, highways, and river systems. We will also go to the territorial infrastructure scale, where we will be analyzing the specific affected areas of the infrastructure of that specific area, and then also the microscopic landscape, which I think Alejandro spoke about a lot, maybe yesterday. So this comprehensive approach challenges the traditional concept of the Arctic line, emphasizing on the natural geoterritorial system and intersected by infrastructure rather than a defined boundary. By understanding those layered impacts, we can better appreciate the interplay between natural and artificial elements in our evolving landscapes, better approach a narrative exploring the balance between nature and human influence within themes that include adaptation, human impact, recovery, and perception of nature. So yeah, you can go ahead. I think, Cesar, this was like more like a brief understanding of what kind of like angles we'll be focusing on today. And we can now go into the idea of like downloading. We need you guys to start downloading.
I think before we continue, or while we're continuing with this brief introduction that we're doing to the zoo software, we would like for you guys to please, if you haven't already, so download Google Earth and QGIS. I am right now sending a link to the Google Earth. And please, today we're going to be using the Google Earth Pro, which I will show you in a second. There are multiple versions of Google, but today we're going to be using the Google Earth. So once you open this link, you're going to have this website, and you're going to scroll down all the way to the bottom and click here, download Google Earth Pro on desktop. The reason why we're doing the Google Earth Pro is because it's one that's more complete and it's a little bit more professional, where the other versions of Google might be limited or just be for quick preferences. So please make sure you download the Google Earth Pro. And Hana?
Yeah, and I did send the QGIS file. It's very linked. It's very straightforward. If you don't have the software, please download it now so we can have the time for the workshop. And also the files for QGIS are quite heavy for your designated areas or like focus groups. So if you can go to the provided files and try to download the QGIS file now. So by the time we start actually working, you will have those rough data information that we already uploaded and provided for you on the Google Drive. So yes, I think that's it for the downloading part.
Yeah, so just briefly on the agenda, even though we already started, I want to go into it. I'm going to start out by giving a quick introduction to Google Earth and some important information there, and then Hannah's going to jump in, kind of do the same thing with QGIS. After that, we're gonna jump into the cases, which I'm really excited to show you guys. We have a lot of information, and this I think will be really impactful for you guys to see all the layers of industries that are in this area. After that, we're gonna have a short break. And after the break, Hannah's gonna come back to give you some amazing resources and ways to gather data. And after that, she's gonna show you some other examples using QGIS. And after that, I'm gonna take over and go over how to create a historical time lapse using Google Earth, which is one of your outputs for today. And after that, we're gonna have a break, and then we're gonna come back for your supported work, and maybe have a wrap-up sessions for questions and other things. Okay, so let's jump in, guys. I first wanted to talk about the role that Google Earth has played within our research. And I think, just like I briefly mentioned it now, one of its strength is accessibility. Its ability to, well, first of all, it's free, and it's available in most devices, you know, from cell phones, tablets, computers. So it's widely available, which makes it something easy to just, you know, very quickly have something in your hand and look up something. It's also very easy to use, as you will see here, which makes anybody that opens the software kind of like a researcher. Is that easy just to start gathering information and looking at all these layers of information, which we're going to show you. Also, it's incredible amount of data that it holds, and this is greatly thanks for its crowdsourced content. As you see here on the left, I have an image of an iceberg in Norway, which is a quite, you know, remote place. And even though it's remote, you see here these little icons of users that have uploaded pictures from there for us to see. So as researcher, for us to having that tool is great, you know, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to know what's going on in that area. So having these crowdsourced content, it's amazing. And not only that, but Google Earth has its incredible amount of geography data, and as you will see in a little bit, and also the amazing ability to literally go back in time and look at the historic imagery that it has, the database. And I think for us, it's a very empowering tool. Like I previously mentioned, since it's free and everybody can access this, having the ability for somebody or anybody to jump into the software and to right away visualize something is a great tool. And not only that, but to monitor and to be aware of what's going on in your surroundings. So anybody can do this themselves. And also it's a rich, the rich output that it has, right? You're able to download high resolution videos that are highly detailed, video tours, time lapse, as you'll see. And finally, its amazing ability to integrate with other software, which is why for us, it's kind of like the first step of our workflow as researchers. And outside of the research too, as an architect, you know, having a site and being able to right away look at this and see what's going on, it's of great value. Hana, you want to jump in?
For the QGIS part, or
Yes.
no?
Yep.
You want to, okay. You want to continue with the Google Earth information, or should I jump in with the QGIS?
You can jump in. You can jump in.
Then can I share my screen?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So we need to focus on how do we utilize those softwares into our research. So what we are doing now is, what I'm gonna try and do now is highlight certain points where we kind of use the software into our research specifically. QGIS, utilizing QGIS for this research offers a very powerful tool for the data integration, detailed analysis, and impactful visualization. It enables researchers to compile and analyze diverse data sets, including satellite imagery, historical maps, and environmental data, providing a comprehensive understanding of how landscapes have been affected by various disruptive agents. Though detailed terrains and hydrological analysis we can help in assessing, QGIS can help assessing the physical and ecological impacts of disruptions, such as those caused by illegal mining, industrial activities, and infrastructural development. We also visualizing these changes over time with QGIS mapping capabilities enhances communication with other researchers and with stakeholders, making it easier to illustrate the scars of past disruption and ongoing recovery processes. Additionally, QGIS supports environmental impact assessment by mapping biodiversity, pollution levels, CO2 emissions, thus aiding to the evaluation of ecological health. By simulating the impact of proposed infrastructure projects, QGIS also helps predict future disruptions, facilitating better planning and mitigation strategies. Overall, QGIS serves as an essential tool in this research, offering robust analytical and visualization capabilities that enhances our understanding and management of disrupted landscapes. Nine elements that we're going to be kind of like summarizing today, which is we're going to start with data collection integration, site-specific analysis, visualization, so on. I will jump into the, So, for example, with the data collection and integration, QGIS can be used to integrate diverse data sets, including satellite imagery, topographic maps, and environmental data, providing a comprehensive view of the affected landscapes. Historical data analysis. We can incorporate historical geospatial data. Through that, we can compare past and present conditions to identify changes and the impact that has happened over a landscape over time. Second thing is site-specific analysis. We can have detailed terrain analysis where we can include elevations, the slopes, the aspects which can be critical in understanding the physical impact of disruptive agents. And then, of course, the hydrological analysis. We can analyze the river transformation and water flow patterns, especially in regions affected by dam constructions and other infrastructure developments. And then we have the visualization and mapping. QGIS create detailed maps that visually represents the scars of past, create and making it easier to communicate what we have found, and trying to visualize how landscapes have changed over specific periods, highlighting recovery processes and ongoing disruption, I guess. Environmental impact assessment, we can go for biodiversity mapping, as I just mentioned. We can map the disruption of successional species and colonizing organisms to assess ecological recovery and identify areas of higher biodiversity. The pollution of CO2 levels, they can track CO2 emission sources. We can track that through QGIS, and we can aid in the assessment of environmental health. The fifth part is the infrastructure analysis. Infrastructure mapping, such as like mapping of power lines, highways, energy installations to study their impact on the surrounding environment and identify potential risks. We can simulate the impact of those new infrastructure projects and understand their effect on the landscape using QGIS modeling tools, which will help predict or maybe understand the future disruption and the future outcome of those kind of like disruptions. Community and stakeholders engagement. As we said, we have very strong tool to communicate with the community, with stakeholders, with other researchers through, for example, interactive maps and research and collaboration. Of course, that's what we are doing. QGIS is a very powerful tool to emphasize on the importance of a specific, let's say, problems or challenges within the research. And without this tool, maybe it will be harder for us to, to go about like showing. And then we can monitor the future predictions. Those pretty self-explanatory. We can have like this, we can establish monitor programs using QGIS to track changes in the landscape over time, providing continuous data for long-term studies. And then we can import data from Google Earth, which is part of what we're talking about today, me and Cesar, is through like the format of KML, KMZ. We can use QGIS to import from like files from Google Earth. This allows for the integration of detailed user-created geospatial data and visualization from Google Earth into QGIS for further analysis and mapping. And we can also have georeferenced imagery, which we can extract georeferenced imagery from Google Earth and overlay it in QGIS maps to provide additional context and details, enhancing, that will enhance the overall analysis and visualization. So by leveraging the capabilities of QGIS, we can gain a deeper understanding of the complex dynamics at play in disrupted geographies and landscapes, leading to more informed decision-making and effective strategies for environmental management and recovery. Yes, that's the part for QGIS, I guess, introduction for now. We could, I think, jump into the cases, I guess.
Yes, give me a minute. I'm gonna start out by sending some files so you guys can follow along.
Yeah. Please feel free to interrupt, ask your questions. We want this to be more of like a very dynamic kind of like, conversation. So do not hesitate.
Okay, so I have uploaded 3 files, which I'm briefly going to go over with you. The first one is or maybe I should share my screen. Okay. So the first file that I sent to you guys is this kind of reference sheets that I made for you guys to have an idea of how to do this. Maybe you're more of an advanced user, you can just jump right in. Maybe if you need more help, you can just follow along. But I kind of laid out here all the steps that you need to do. And don't worry, I'm gonna go over it with you on how to create a historical time lapse using Google Earth Pro. The other file that I sent is an Excel with all of the cases that we're gonna go over right now, and some brief notes that I have on them. And then finally, the third one is a Google Earth file, which if you download and I guess you cannot click and drag, but if you simply just after you download it, you drag. You can just, wherever you have downloaded it, you just click and drag and add it on top of the Google Earth world if you're already in there, and this should send you a list of all the cases which we're gonna get into right now. So hopefully you're following us, because now we're gonna jump into talking about the cases that we've been going through, which the first one is the power lines, which this was kind of like one of these ideas that you kind of start doing, and at least for me, whenever I start researching something, sometimes it's very random, and don't be afraid of this randomness. So at this point, I just started kind of collecting and categorizing power lines, different types of power lines. And this kind of had this, at the time, it didn't make sense, right? What I was doing. But as the more I gathered this data, I started seeing a pattern and created this catalog, which I have categorized all these power lines that go from something very basic, maybe something from a village, to something bigger that connects two parts of the country here in Sweden, for example. So that was like a 40-mile one, and it gets more complicated, like a two-way one, one that's 120 meters, and it just keeps getting so complicated. And it's really interesting to see visualize it in Google Earth, because when you're driving around, you cannot see this. There are over 500,000 of kilometers of power lines, and they're only half of that are only cars. So just to give you an idea of how much power lines there is, which a lot of them we don't even see because they're very deep in the woods, or they might not be close to a road, or we really don't have the tendency to look up. So with that, I created this catalog showcasing all these really this layer of industry, which looks a lot like, you know, roads and highways and things like that. And I think this last one was my most complicated one, which I found like a 6-way intersection where 6 power lines met together, sort of like in a big city, something like that. Then we started looking into wind farms, and I have here different scales from small farms to large farms. And what really impacts me with the wind turbines is not how tall they are, which, yeah, they're incredibly tall, but just the footprint that these farms have. Between each turbine, they're about 500 meters. So you can just imagine there are over 5,000 wind turbines in Sweden. So you can just imagine if you multiply that, or you give a radio to each of those 5,000 turbines, you give them 500 meters, just how wide it's going to spread, you know. And just alone here, look at this this wind farm that we have here that stretches so much. And if we quickly make a measurement, yeah, it's over 50 kilometers only in a straight line, right? So it covers a great amount of area. Then we found a mine, which is the second largest open pit in Europe, and it extracts about 40 tons of copper per year. And we're going to come back to this example because I'm going to show you how to do a time lapse so you can visually see how much this mine has grown throughout the years. Then we have some deforestations. If you're following me, I'm in case number 14. And pretty much like the power lines here, I use the same methodology of just started categorizing these deforestations. And the pattern that appear here is that, as you can see, this one is like freshly deforested, so freshly that you even see the tracks of the machines. So just like the power lines, I started categorizing the stages of these forests, from untouched forest, semi-deforested. And what this led us is to have this vision of the forest being not only, okay, it was untouched and now is deforested, but there's like steps after that. We started seeing that, you know, after it has been deforested, and it has been replanted, we start getting these, you know, artificial landscapes that are going to be there forever, where you clearly see this kind of symmetry on how planted these trees were planted, which are not natural. Yeah, so it was really powerful to visualize this. Other cases were like the clear cuts, which I think you're gonna see. I think one of the cases, yeah, in Jokkmokk is this one right here, I think, where we see a clear cut. And this is not like a glitch in the software or anything like that. This is how it actually looks, which is incredible. You see one side is untouched and the other one is, you know, clearly deforested and in some stage of growing back. So we started creating these artificial landscapes that they've been getting. Next, we have case number 20, which is this ice cap in Norway that is currently melting. It's a quite large ice cap that has kind of two exits. One, we can visualize. Well, it zooms in. We can visualize this tongue that sticks out right here, and we're able to measure maybe how much this reduces per year or things like that, which is really interesting. Then we jump into things more layers of industry that we've been finding. This one was salmon fishing off the coast of Norway. Also, we found forest fires in the summer of July. It was a very, very hot summer here in Sweden, which sparked a bunch of forest fires. The biggest one being in Jokkmokk, here in the north of Sweden. And here, as you can see in this frame that I have here, the actual, we have actual evidence of the ongoing fire at that time. So it's really cool to visualize this. Like the other cases, there's like a before, there's an after, and there's like a way after kind of deal. And then I'm gonna jump into the big one, which was the I guess the electric highway, as I called it, which here again, very, very intuitive. I just started kind of drawing line through these power lines and then see where they end or where they began. And then I started connecting those ends with beginnings. And it gave me this this network of power lines that connect all of the Luleå River, which generates a ton of electricity for the country. Nearly half of the electricity in Sweden is produced with hydroelectric power plants, and this has a huge range of destructions to the ecosystems and irreversible damage to the biodiversity by doing these type of constructions. And not only that, but with this very interesting case, it's really also, if you go back in time, you start seeing the different layers of industries that this river had. Like now it's being used for hydroelectricity, but before that it was used in the timber industry, where trees were cut down and the river was used for transportation. So that was like another industry that was used before the electricity. And even before that, it was established as a kind of defensive line against the invading Russians from the north. So historically it has served also as a defensive line, which ended in Boden, which there's like a fort there, and it's like a military area. So yeah, you wanna jump into any of these cases, Hana?
Yeah, I think maybe you showed something about Jokkmokk, maybe, or I think most of it is like a lot of the information that you have can be translated in so many different ways, and it can be emphasized on in so many different cases. So what I can say from like the QGIS point of view is that when we take one case and we move into like a different scale, maybe I can share my screen, we will start noticing a whole different layers of information and a whole different layers of like, intersected information. So if I go to, I'll just share my screen. So I think I'm going to move between. So for example, if we go to this Harald's example, I think when we spoke about the power lines and the, so if we're going to go around like this file, now we have the historical map on, and then also we have the water surfaces on. This is what maybe you would highlight with the electrical line that goes all the way from up here and down. And then when we download this information from for the QGIS data, then we can actually see the accurate data of the power lines that are expanding around Harald's area. And we add on top of that, like, okay, how it was in the past. And then I know you're going to be talking about the history part from your point of view in Google Earth, but also here, you can start observing like, okay, when did those lines start appearing? How much did we have disrupted from like now or from before? So if we can see, like, for example, this area here, we can see small portions of deforestation that has been happening. If we look at the current situation and the previous situation, we will see that a lot of those lines didn't really exist, and that wasn't a very long time ago. So we can see the gradual process of how things were changing. So one other example is the cultivation areas. So the cultivated lands right now are more or less like these kind of like light green surfaces. But if we go to the history, we will notice that it was much more before. And also there's a lot of like reasons for why are we losing the cultivated lands and how it is affecting the economy and the situation of each city. One other example is maybe like very basic example, but it could be the roads and buildings. Also, if we look at the current situation without the historical map, we'll see like the buildings are pretty much, you know, that. And then we turn on the historical map and we realize that a lot of those buildings didn't really exist a long time ago. And we can have an understanding of the expansion, the population increase, the scale of the buildings that has been changing a lot. And all of these things will build some sort of like an overlapping image of what is happening and how are those cities developing. One other part is maybe the water surfaces. If we look closely, we will maybe see that the island was maybe a bit more, like now it's a bit more submerged, maybe. I'm not sure, but I mean, this is a way of considering this, trying to see the river, how it was, how it is right now, the streams from the river, the smaller streams, do they still exist? Do they not exist? For example, I bet this one was used for the cultivation part. I can bet now that it's not existent anymore. I know that there are some streams that they are either submerged underground right now, or they are buried and they are built over. And there are some streams that are completely buried and non-existent anymore. And all these kind of like information will create some sort of like intersection of these information, will create an image of anticipating of what kind of like, because we're looking at this with a fresh eye. We don't really have an agenda of like exactly, this is exactly what I'm going to find, this is exactly what I want. So as Cesar was saying, we go into this research and we try to kind of like explore what kind of like things can we learn from the experiences of the past, present, and maybe the future, and the different data all coming together. Maybe one other example about the power line I can share is, I think it could be maybe this one. You will see like kind of like how it's extreme, the amount of like interruptions of like the power lines and the amount of like effect it has on the natural elements around it, such as, yeah, as Cesar was saying. So yeah, I think I can give you back the mic, Cesar.
Okay. Well, I think it is time for a brief break. What do you say,
Yeah.
Hana?
Yes.
And when we come back, Hana's gonna take you through some resources for you to be able to gather some data and a QGIS example, and then we're gonna hop into that mine and create a historical time lapse. So see you guys, let's say 5 past.
What do you think, Ale?
Work for everybody?
Yes, perfect. Just if there is any questions, doubts, comments, guys,
Yes.
you can hold it now. Yes. Some thoughts, comments from you guys?
Similar to the Google Earth, is there a file that we should be loading up for the QGIS?
I have for the Google, I have shared 3
I
files.
have that. I'm wondering for the QGIS.
What do you mean?
For the Google Earth, Cesar shared a file. I was wondering if there was a shared file for the QGIS that we would be need.
Yeah, if you go for the, let me share my screen. I can show you maybe briefly. Can I share my screen, Cesar?
They're in the drive, right, Hana?
Exactly. It's in the drive, in the provided files in the drive. I can show you very quickly, maybe. If you go to the provided files, you can find all the groups. I think each one of you guys is assigned to a group or something. You go in and you find a QGIS file, and then you can download like the files. Each one of those like files will have different information. So some of them is about the roads, some of them are about the buildings, some of them are about the, so here you can download all the files. Later on, when we speak about the exercises, we will be able to see how can we take information from those files into QGIS and how we can read them there. Does that answer your question, Walter?
Exactly. Thank you.
Of course, great.
Perfect, Badr. All right. Agil, Seven, some questions?
First of all, it was perfect to see you again since the last time. It was perfect project, but I just wanted to ask you something. Generally, like first of all, like how do you like spot the power lines in Google Map? Do you get like the information from like a support, or if it's not, like if it's fine to ask? And secondly, like generally how you find the correlation, like because like I noticed, like you notice like there is a concentration of, let's say, wind turbines here, or like concentration of power line and stuff, but like generally how you find the, if this is going to happen, then probably this is going to happen, and then you detect and like see, yeah, this is happening. Because it was so interesting that most of them, they were led to a result, and it was so interesting for me.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And like I was saying, a lot of this research that we do it's quite literally just doing random things, and I think this is why it's quite fun. It's just you just start doing something, and like I started catalyzing those power lines. I didn't know it was gonna have a finished product at the time, but you know, as more data you start gathering, you start seeing this pattern, right? Which is then it's like your brain just starts thinking. It's like, oh, what if we could measure this? And at one point, your question I really like, because I forgot to say this, that obviously I couldn't measure all of the power lines, right? That would have taken forever. So I needed to have some type of boundary. And this is where it led me to that river, that it kind of limited myself to only measuring the power lines between the hydroelectric power plants. So that gave me something to work with. It was like, okay, I can measure that. That's totally something that you can do in you know, a day or something like that. So like don't be afraid to just to use your intuition, and maybe you think this is something that it's interesting, so go for it, you know. Start gathering data. It's only data. It doesn't weigh that much, right? It's free. So yeah.
One that's very nice that you mentioned this, Cesar. One issues that we use a lot, Seven, is very much the categories that we were discussing yesterday during the lecture. When you see the landscape, there was a nice example that Cesar was showing about the windmills and how they come into the observation because they contain some sort of a pattern language or pattern condition. So these patchwork of information, so patchgram that you can see in the landscape sometimes contain some sort of a logic of organizations that could be nice to investigate further. So believing these geometrical patterns and organizational patterns as a ways to intrigue or discovers why are the reasons that are organizing in that way and what that represent. Some other things is to scaling up, or to find something that you consider interesting in some scales, is to move outside and see what representing the territorial or in the regional. So that to move the shooter, you know, and that is also a good way to go. And the last was, as I was saying, the boundaries that have, so to see some sort of a phenomena and understanding the boundaries or the immediate components that are taking place in the same logic. So then you start to associate different component of the landscape to the same phenomenon. But it's very much that observations coming with the investigative visions, or the investigation or a logic of investigation that is based on discovering certain things that you detect in the landscape, that either for similarities or difference, you find that it's interesting to see it further, right? So believe in your intuition in that sense.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Thank you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Agil, you want to mention something? You have your camera on.
I don't think we can hear you, Agil.
Yep.
I don't think we can hear you.
You hear me?
Yes, but you need to speak a bit louder.
Okay. Just I want to ask, is it essential to install both QGIS and Google Earth Pro, both of them?
I think we're going to be having an exercise later on where we need to produce. Are you still here, Agil? I think I lost you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
here. Okay, yeah. That's why I think you need the softwares, I think, to be able to do the exercises later on, the workshop part.
Both of them are interesting for me, actually. And the next question, it might be irrelevant, but I want to know, is it possible to use these types of structure in, for example, historical context, which had destroyed because of modernization, to find a solution to, for example, consider a carpet, you find to, give a solution for this context. Is it possible to use this software to, renovation specific parts of, for example, historical context or not? I mean, for example, find a specific grammar shape, an organic grammar. I mean.
I have in mind maybe, Hana, I don't know what you think, but the comparison or the moment that we upload the ancients map from the Arctic, it's an exercise that we were finding maps from the past, and Hana put it together and trying to see, we were trying to see if the line of the polar circle shifted. I don't know, maybe it's something that you can explain a little bit there to even import maps that are not belong to the data package and to compare with the data packages. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a very, 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 very good example, I think, because we did have that's kind of like information, like we wanted to see what was happening in the past during like for the map throughout different like the very, very like massive. I think we start from I think the first map was from the 15th, I'm not sure, and then all the way to now. And we wanted to see how the Arctic line was moving up and down. When we put all these maps together on QGIS, I can show you maybe that was supposed to be a part of the references, the resources, but if we go to maybe just a second, where is it? Can't see my screen. For example, one of the sources I was planning to show you is the Harvard Geospatial Library. And here we can have like a lot of information, such as like world map from like 1774, or we downloaded like 10 maps of these. The nice part about this world map is that from Harvard website is that it will download in a way that QGIS will be able to read and install within the software in an accurate coordinate system that belongs to the planet Earth, because as you know, like QGIS will need this kind of like reference point. And then we put them all together and we added the Arctic line today. And then this is what we got. This is the first map. I can't really remember. I think it was 64. And then we can see here the black line showing the Arctic line going down and up, because that's how it is moving. And then in the next part, you will see like it's going slightly higher. I think now you will see, and then it will go back down. So in this way, we managed to take historical maps, put it in QGIS, add a current, like a very modern reference of what the current situation of the Arctic line, and see the development of the where the positioning of the Arctic line was during those kind of like historical progress. Yeah, I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, you're welcome.
All right, super, guys. Okay, so if you have some other questions, just drop it in the chat. Let's make a short break. We can give 10 minutes, I think. Is it okay for you to stretch legs, grab a coffee, and we're coming back to the second session? All right. Thank you so much. Great. We'll see you soon.
Maybe I can try and send a link. Hopefully it will work. Oh, can you check the link and see if it's working?
Perfect, thank you.
Of course.
Hey.
Okay, guys. So now I think Hana is gonna take over and briefly talk to you guys about some resources that she uses to collect some data. So Hana, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, maybe I can take the screen then. So the examples that I'm going to be showing today, they're some of the examples. Sorry, there are a lot of like websites where you can download a lot of data. Some of it you have to pay for, most of it for free. Some of it is more accurate than other data, and we will see that now. So, for example, the Harvard Geospatial Library. For example, what I've used obviously was the historical data. You can go in, you can choose the accessibility because some of it is restricted to just make things are like easier. You can go for the public, and then you can filter the place, and you can choose wherever you want to see, and then we can have, like, for example, the Arctic Ocean. So you can go in to one of those like maps, and you can ask to download the shapefile. And as I said, it has the ability to import immediately to GIS, so you don't have to. It's very easy to overlap like kind of like maps on top of each other without worrying about the accuracy of each coordinates points. And these are like the history maps. Some of them that I downloaded, that's how you can like see them. And 2025. So we already spoke about this part. 1649 was the earliest one that we had. And that's how it looks because it's distorted. But once you put it on Google, on the QGIS, you will have it like looking fine. Another one is the Landmeteriet. You can also search and you can download like different formats. You can have TIFF, you can have shape files, you can have, and that depends on what exactly you want. So if you want elevation map, most of it would be black and white raster kind of like TIFF files. But if you are looking for dots or like, lines, because that's how QGIS works. You have, it reads with like dots, lines, and surfaces. This shapefile usually includes lines or surfaces. The website that I was using quite a lot is this one. In this website, you can zoom into the location that you want. You can draw. For example, I want to have information about here, Yakmuk, out of like coincidence.
Hey, Hana, sorry to cut you off. Do you mind sharing the links in the chat for the people viewing us?
Of course, I will do that. Of course.
Thank you.
Okay. And then, for example, we pick an area, and then you select the data here. You can have like the buildings, and then you say, okay, I want to add this to the order. And then you say, I want the property map like added to the order. And then you move, and there are like maps of different elevation maps with different resolution, +2 or +50. Usually +2 is higher resolution. You have terrain models, you have the names of places, you have the topographic map, you have the vegetation maps, which can give you a lot of information about the types of vegetation and stuff like that. If I tried to provide a lot of like those kind of, because as you can see, there's a huge list. I tried to provide the main stuff to you guys in the QGIS with the provided files. But if you feel like, okay, Hana, I want the information about these specific, like, for example, vegetation latest, for example, this one, then you can just tell me, or like, this is a roadmap, actually. So you can just tell me, I can draw the lines, I can order it for you. It will take a second to get to my email, and then I'll send it to you. Here you can have like this email that you can use. Well, another one is mass.government GIS data layers, and you can say like, I want to download like, I want to go into the map. Where was it? Where we can go into the map. Was it? Yeah, a lot of these softwares will take a second to explore because they are like a lot of these websites. But you can, these are like different locations where you can also look in the municipality websites. Here we can have like things like boutique, which is like the shops, all the way to dog litters, kind of like maps information. And you can go in, you can, let's see, for example, this one. Here's, I think it's about the protected areas of like forests and natural, like kind of like, what do you call it, intact forests, and so you can have lots of like information from those kind of like websites. I think that's pretty much the same. The SGU website, you can choose what you want. Like I want to look at the, I don't know, what is it? Geoenergy. And then it will show you like all the information. Some of it was about the mines, I think. Here we have like, I have it open. You can have all the mines that are existing in Sweden, big, small, what exactly are they mining? Are they future projects? Are they currently existing? So for example, this map here, if it loads, it shows also some of like the electricity like wiring or the connections. And I'm showing you like a variety of resources. Some of it like you can get an accurate like data file that is completely ready to use in GIS, and some of it will have to be imported to GIS and then traced on GIS, so you can create your own map data, because that is also possible. Here, if it loads, okay, it's not loading. Here is only about like oceans and water information. You can also go in, I want to look at the fish geographies, and then you can have a lot of information about Sweden and the fish. I don't know exactly what you get from that, but you can go inside, you can read what does it mean and stuff like that. So going on to another website, gridded bathymetry data. Pretty much the same thing. I will provide the whole, like all the links to you guys. As I said, sometimes you will have to look at like different, like certain like websites. Some of them are, the resolution is not as good as the other, the accuracy of the information. Some of them will give you like inaccurate or incomplete information. So you're gonna have to, here, for example, you can get information from NASA, and a lot of it is like very interesting. You can choose like whatever you want. You go to that data download, and then you have to create your own account, and then you will get this kind of like download, kind of like when you create your own account and log in and stuff like that. And here you have more options. What else do we have? Open Topography is a very known source. For example, for me, when I went to Open Topography, I found that the elevation maps are not as with higher resolution as they are with, for example, other softwares. So if we go to, I think I have one example ready to show you the difference in resolution. So for example, this is this is a mine area, which we will be working on later now. And you will see like it's barely dented. It's while it actually looks like this when you get the information from a good website. You can see the huge difference. I mean, that's it. The previous one was an even like smaller area, so it should give me a higher resolution, but it didn't. So you will have to go back and forth and look into these kinds of like stuff, and we will help you as much as we can. Also, like this is like the OpenStreetMap. It's I think like there are like 8 million users who help input data into this kind of map. So I think you'll get a lot of information about whatever they are really offering. And also you have to have an account. This is about the resources. Maybe I can jump right ahead to the example that we were planning to work on today. What do you guys think?
Perfect.
What do you think, Cesar? Is that okay?
That works
Sounds great.
Okay, so we're going to be working, it's very basic example of how to kind of like add information to QGIS, how to like investigate a few things, and to show you somewhat how to use the folders that I sent to you guys just now. So this is the mine. Cesar will also be working on the same location. It's next to a city called Yelivari, I think, and I can't really pronounce the name of the mine. I think it's called like Aitik or Actic. I'm not sure. So let's go for the. I think it should be somewhere. Okay, if I can find it. Please excuse my messy file, mine example. Okay, so you got pretty much similar files to these ones. So what you do is that usually the files, when we download them from the website, they have names like this is a building file or this is a property map file. But when you download them, you get them with codes. So it will be much more mysterious. So HIDE means like elevation maps, and that means we can get the elevation data from those maps. And usually they, as I said, they are TIFF or like XML file. And if you import them, you will notice that they look pretty much like a very black and white kind of like, which we don't see anymore. There, a black and white kind of like information where yeah, you get the gist now. So this is one file that we can maybe look at, and then maybe if we look to the second one, this is I think the historical one, we'll leave till later. Yeah, you have these codes, and these codes are even more mysterious than so you go into the data and you go for I think this one, this file, yes. And then when you go into this file, you will have like an information about each one of those codes. This is pretty much how you're going to be working with, I think, all GIS files. If it's organized enough, you will have a chart where you can have like a decoding kind of like a chart where you know that RO means, for example, this. And so if we look at let me keep this here. If we look at, for me, I know, for example, the KL is electricity files. And then I need the KL DBF. No, this is VF. Can one see the DBF file for KL? Okay, I will find it soon enough. There. Lost it again. There. So KL is the electricity wires that is going around the mines. You can go in, you double click here, you change, let's say I'm gonna make it a neon red as I did earlier to make it as, 0.5. Like this is important. And then you say enter. I cannot see. Okay. And now you have it like all the electricity lines that are going around this area, because this is the patch that I actually downloaded from the website. It did not allow me to download a bigger patch because, So for example, this is one example. And if you go to a different file, where is it? You will get, I think, practically whatever you drag and drop will give you some sort of information. So let's say, for example, JS, I think it's a point folder where you get information from a certain, like this JS file have only one point. If we go to, if I arrange them according to type, I think I will save myself a lot of trouble. There, all the DBF file. We can go for JL, VL, VO, VS, and let's see what we get. This is, some of it is the roads, I know for a fact, and then we have the sub roads, and we have, I think, the road names. So we can try and see if we make it like black. Okay. Let me hide this. So this is the information that we got from those like data that we got. And you can go into like details and see exactly, again, what each information has to say. Some of it as like the main roads, the sub-roads and stuff like that. And each one of those files will give you a layer of information. So let's go, for example, to, hey, this is groundwater. Where does it exist in the area? How much groundwater do they have? This maybe will have some sort of like relation to your research in a way like going above ground to underground and seeing the effect of like groundwater over time. Maybe you will be able to find those kind of information. And let's see here. We will have, I think.
Hey, sorry, Hana.
Yeah.
There's a raised hand by Walter.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry, Walter. I don't see your faces. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hana, you're such an advanced user that is this meant to be a tutorial of how to use this? Because like I don't have any idea how to even load like the base map. And
Yeah.
you're kind of way down the line on files that you have in your directory that
Yes.
you're pulling in, and it looks like you're dropping them into somewhere.
Yes. The thing, yeah. Continue,
Are we going to
please.
go over that? Are we going to go over that later? Because this is super interesting. I just don't feel like I would have any idea how to do any of this.
I understand how intimidating it can be. It's very understandable since you haven't used the software before, and we will be going through this later on with like maybe individually as far as like you guys need, because we don't know exactly like which one of like how many of you guys actually know how to use the software. And this is not really meant to be a tutorial on how to use the software, but mainly on how did we utilize this software in our research. What kind of like experimental kind of like stages we were going for when we jumped into a certain location. I can show you later on how to upload the base map and how to drag and drop files. I also wanted to show you how to navigate the files that we provided on the common like Google Drive file. So yeah. Somebody
Also,
else?
just to
Sorry.
come in fast, this material will be uploaded online, so you can also go back and look at the video in YouTube to get all of these, to refresh all of these.
Coming back with questions.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think that's a very good note, Rebecca. You can go back through the videos back and forth and see exactly what I was kind of doing. It's very simple. It's mainly just open a file, drag and drop, and you drop anywhere and you get the files on. As you can see right now, for example, let's go to maybe this file here. And here I think it's the water information. I am choosing the DBF file because I know it works on QGIS. Not all of these formats, like you will have like DBF, you will have it HS like RISKS, and not all of them, they are the same information but different formats. And not all of these formats are supported by QGIS. That's why I'm like kind of like going into like it fast. You go to DBF files, HL and HS. If I remember correctly, they were the rivers. And the streams. Okay, these are the streams, but not the rivers. So you just, as you saw, like you drag and drop, you choose the file, you drag and drop. And if you want to know the codings behind like each one of those, like what is HL, what is HS, then you can go through the files that are kind of provided and you can see here, like HL is the hydrograph, it's a line file. And then here, HS is the hydrographs, physics, Möbler. It's Swedish, not so good in Swedish myself. So we can manage with the help of Rebecca, I guess, and whoever knows Swedish. So yeah, no worries. Don't worry about this. And as you said, as Rebecca said, like we will have this material provided and you have the files uploaded already, which I hope you guys downloaded. I will try to upload one more map, the historical map, so we can see how I think maybe it's these, but I want to arrange them according to also type. So I'm going to choose the TIFF files because I know they work again. And these are all the historical patches of, sorry, the map of like the area that we have here. So I just dragged and dropped, and we wait for a bit, depending on how your computer is, and you can see the historical maps already starting to show. And I will just maybe group them so we don't have to, because I want to show you group selected, and then just I'm just going up and down. So if we look at the satellite images, for example, and we compare it to the, this is the satellite image, here is the map, and then we compare it to the historical map, we will notice that the map didn't, the mine did not exist in this area. So yeah, that's the strength of like having this data all together and then comparing exactly what was before and what is after, and the amount of like disruption that has happened due to a certain like investigation that we're doing. Like, look at the city, how small it was before the mine. It's
When was that database from?
it's from SLU database website, and some of it I think, because I have it a long time ago now, those database, but I think the looking for data for QGIS is pretty much a very like straightforward, but still like you have a lot of like, you have to download, open the files, see if they're working fine. If they're not, you have to find another resource. They're really, really hard, I think, in my opinion, to find. So yeah, I think that's my part for the tutorial, like an exercise kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, you want to jump in, Cesar?
Yeah.
And if you guys have any questions, again, just drop it. Like, don't wait.
Questions, doubts, guys, some comments?
Yeah, we have some questions in the chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to read.
You work with the map.
You got the files, Walter, right?
Yes.
And okay, yeah, I think we're good from the chats. Did I miss somebody?
Yes, Agil, you can download, of course, every country control their databases. In Sweden, for instance, the databases are quite open and quite robust and quite accessible, and they have been working precise in upload new information from different sources. There are other countries that they are more complicated. Some information sometimes is restricted. So then what we try to do sometimes for the database in the human universities is to use a database from that the school provides us and the university provides us. But that changed across Europe, and it changed also in Latin America when we make the workshop in Amazonas was complicated to find sources, but always there is something that you can download, you know. So this.
So do the sites advertise it as information that's usable for QGIS?
I think you can use like, you can search for like keywords like geodata, QGIS data, ArcGIS data. GIS data in general does not have to be QGIS. I think then you will be able to find like numerous softwares to download. And also I know that there are some videos where they show you how to download and how to get information that is just available also. Yeah. But as Alejandro was saying, there are a lot of resources for data here in Sweden. If you're interested in a specific location, maybe you can, the first thing maybe you should look for is the municipality website. Also, there are like, I know that there are websites where they are specialized in environmental and natural elements like deforestation, fire risks, all these kinds of things. I'm gonna try to find those resources now, but and add them to the list that I will give you right now. But it's pretty straightforward process when it comes to the actual research. It's the downloading and the accuracy and the resolution that you will have to go back and forth and try to find other, places maybe.
There's something important that we discussed before, guys. In the context of the microscopic landscape workshop, there are 2 lines that we were discussing that maybe could help you to understand where to go, no, in these days, in the following days. So one is that some of these geo package could be quite beneficial in terms of the species that you are working with. So let's say that you can drop a specific vegetations or even Hana was finding reindeer migrations or things like this that could be quite beneficial to address the condition of the biological condition of the landscape. And some of them are more infrastructural or let's say in the scale of the regional or territorial visions. So that what we encourage you to try to do is to find, of course, if it's possible, to find a specific information that relate to the topic of a study of the species in the area that you are working with. And that could be either the specific vegetation that we are used, as same as insects, pollinator, or even go further, and we were finding in some point the soil quality, so this a map of soils that could maybe inform what you are doing, or maybe you can find also toxins or toxicities or map of contamination that maybe is interesting to work with that, and then you can refer in another kind of information in another scale, right? So try to play that. So it's very much related with what we were talking in the previous session, that to connect points, no? Maybe a map of the species and that show you the boundaries of the specific type of soil, give you information of that, and then you relate it with contamination or some boundaries of contamination, and that help you to create a narrative around this package of information. Okay.
Yeah, I will please keep an eye out on the collective material. I'm going to have a folder called resources and some material. I will upload some of the maps that Alejandro was like kind of trying to refer to with the reindeer or some sort of like maybe vegetation or toxicity maps. And I will also have a PDF file with the resources, the links of the resources that I just showed you guys. So you can just press on the link and try to find the information that you want. If you have any problems, you can always get back to us and we will help you with this.
Exactly, no? And open your mind in this sense. Hana was also mentioned the CO2 concentration, maybe or the quality of the air, and that also can interfere with what happened on ground. You know, that kind of a correlations is what we are looking for.
Yes.
Right. Awesome.
They don't have the orchid mantis map yet, though, right?
That could be exciting to see, no, Walter? Yeah, definitely, no. It's related with the, as Rebecca was saying, the bird migration or something like that, or the bird that eat that kind of species, and then you find the bird migrations, and suddenly you can really triangulate the information and have a better picture of what really happened. No? But this is the exercise, so very nice. Okay, so do you have prepared this third part? No, right, Cesar and Hana.
I think
yeah, we have the time-lapse tutorial, which which I plan on doing, but I'm thinking, should we have a break before, or has it
That's
been
what I
too
was
soon?
thinking. Yes,
Okay,
that's what we're gonna
perfect.
suggest. Okay, let's have a break of 15 minutes. We start again at 12. Is it okay?
To 00, perfect.
Okay,
Nice.
perfect. Just to have a
See you
little
guys in
more
a bit.
time because it's short the time to prepare coffee and everything and have stretch legs. Okay, 50 minutes. We see you guys at 12.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Very nice session.
Of course, thank you.
Thanks, Hana.
Thank you.
Let's see, file. There should be the files. Again, maybe you guys missed them, but I'm uploading this PDF, which gives you kind of step-by-step instructions on how to create a historical time lapse, plus a little additional information on some tools that might be useful. I'm going to be going over these tools and how to use the historical time lapse. So just in case you missed something, when I'm talking too fast, you can always go back here and check up on it, or also ask me. So keep this handy. The Excel sheet is just more of like a reference with all the cases and some notes. And the last file is the, I guess, Google file, which, like I said earlier, after you have downloaded, is this one. You simply left click and drag to the Google Earth, and it should automatically pop all those cases here in your My Places panel to the left-hand side of your screen. So, okay, so now that we have that out of the way, we can begin with the time lapse. For this case, I'm going to go back to the mine that Hana was working on previously, and it was also one of the cases that we were working with. And here, I'm going to briefly just go over some tools so that you're aware of how to use them and what they're used for. Like the place mark tool. If you left click on it, and it's an icon of a thumbtack with a plus. Once you click on it, this window pops up, which is kind of like all the information about that place mark that you just added. And here we add a nice name. I think I have found that as a researcher, having a good format on how you name things is like super important. Because even now that it's been a couple of months since we worked on this, I'm thanking myself because I went a little bit extra and named something adequately. So then finding it is super easy. You're gonna thank me later. You can also, change styles and things like that. You can view a lot of other information, which I'll show you. And the place mark tool is going to be placed in the center of the current frame that you're in, but you're also able to move this around to wherever, or manually also change the latitude and longitude here on the screens that pops up. So once you're happy with the location on it, and this is the way that Google kind of saves the spaces and the frames. By the way, I call a frame like whatever you're looking on right now. So let's say that I just made that place mark, and you know, I step out and started looking at something else, and I'm like, oh shoot, where is this mine? And you double click on it on your My Places panel here to the left, and it's going to take you right back to that exact same screen that you're working on. So when working with time lapse, having the same frame is really important. So make sure that you're using this place mark tool to save things also, because that's the way that kind of Google saves things. So that's like kind of the first step on making a time lapse, is finding to share these. What do you mean, Walter, sharing?
So if I was talking to you right now and I went to a spot that I thought you should really look at and I dropped a pin, how would I share that with you?
Sure. It's really simple. You go find the place mark that you just created, and you right-hand click and you drag down to properties. And here's going to tell you the latitude and longitude, and you can just share that with somebody. Otherwise, if it's kind of like a desolate place, you can, oh, sorry, if it's like a well-known place, you can also type it in here, and it should appear. Otherwise, if you want to export it, which I think is what you want it, you go to the point that you make in your My Places panel, you right-click on it, and then you click Save As. And this is something that me and Hana have been working with, because Google Earth gives you these two file formats that you can share with. So you're kind of limited to either the latitude, longitude, or these two file formats, which are also used for sharing not only dots, but lines and polygons, as you'll see in a second.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah, the frame. I think it's really important for you guys to have framed something. Not only that, but as you will see in the future, how Google works is that, maybe I should have talked about this, is that it compiles a bunch of images, right? It stitches it, and it has this algorithm where it knows when to join two images. And as you can see here, like you see this line here, and that's not a glitch. It's actually two images that you're currently seeing right now. And if I drag my mouse and if I drag my mouse to the right, and I see here in this kind of information bar that you have at the bottom right-hand corner, it's going to tell you the date of the image. So for here on the right is 2000 December, and here's, you know, another one or whatever. So when you zoom out too, you're gonna get like different ages, and that's because Google kind of superimposes different images and different information. So that's where those weird lines that you might get come from. So another tool that I'm gonna teach you is the polygon tool, which is used to calculate areas. And it's very simple, just like the place mark tool. You left and click this polygon with the plus symbol on the toolbar, and this window will pop up, where here you can also give it a nice name. Whoops. And to start drawing the polygon, you're gonna see here on your screen, there's like this kind of cross or this square, and you begin the polygon by left clicking, and as you see, a dot comes up, and if you hover it, you your mouse should pop up, and then that you can move around if you want to change something. If you want another point in your polygon, you can either only click and a line will create straight to where you pointed, left click, or you can also click and drag, which is, you might want to highlight something that's more curvilinear. And yours probably doesn't look like that. Yours probably looks like this. If you're following me, yours probably looks something like this. And to change that, you just have to take away the fill area of that polygon that you just created. And you go to the polygon window and you go to the Style and Colors tab, and you just have to exit out of that and click only outline. So I only want to see the outline. And here you can change, obviously, the size of the line that you're working with. So let's continue. I'm trying to measure this mine now, and then I'm gonna do this exercise again and measure it from the very first data point just to see the difference. So again, to create this polygon, you left click and drag to create more curved lines, or if you have more straight lines, you can also click to the places where you want to. If you mess up, let's say you're not too happy with this point, Google doesn't do backspace, they do right click, which is really weird, but that's the way you go back. So left click, left click, left click, or right click, sorry. Right click, right click, right click, and those points will be moving. And if you want to, you're not happy with this point, and you hover over the dot, this hand comes up, and you can always move it to where you want to. So let's finish this, so I can show you some other things. Oops.
Cesar, can you add new points in between the points?
Let's see. Let's try it out. That's a good question. Not. Oh, yes, you can. Thank you. I just learned that, Walter. But yes, so you have the line here and you hover over it. You click on it, and then after you click on the dot that you want to, then you can continue between those two lines. So you just have to click the dot before or after where you want to make the change.
Nice, thanks.
You're welcome. And let's see, let's try to finish this one quickly. And there, we have a rough sketch of what the mine looks currently. When you're happy with it, just hit OK. And this will automatically be saved under your My Places panel here on the left-hand side of your screen. And let's just say that you're not too happy with it, you want to change something, you can always go back. You find the polygon that you just created and you right-click, and then you go down to Properties, and this will send you back to the editing panel that we were just before. You can make all the changes that you want, but not only that, this window also gives you different important data like measurements. It can give you, you know, the perimeter or areas and things like that. So that's how you kind of measure areas in Google Earth. Moving on is the path tool, which you see here on your toolbar is the fourth from the left, and it's three dots that are empty that are connected. So you left and click that, and once again, the screen is going to pop up. You add a beautiful name so that you'll remember later. And yeah, just like the polygon or the place mark tool, it works the same way. You click left click to begin, and it gives you the first dot, and you can click to make more straight lines, or again, left click and drag if you want something more curvy, or if you want something, do something with one stroke or something like that. And just like the polygon tool, you can change the color, the lines, the line width here on the style and color. And you can view information like the length again. So once you're happy with it, you hit OK. And once again, it's gonna pop here on the left-hand side of your screen. And there, you created a line. Amazing. So now with this line, it's really gonna teach you like a trick that you might not use today, but I think it's really useful. So when you're in this path tool that you just created, you right-hand click on it, and then you can go down to show elevation profile. And this amazing tool just draws an elevation on that path that you just created, which is very useful when you want some quick information. But you might not use it today, but there it is for your future reference. And make sure to exit out of that. And another thing that you just made in another thing that you just made creating this line is the ability to create a tour that you just through this line that you just created. So to access this kind of video tutorial or this video tour, you highlight the path that you just created, and you click here on the Places panel. You click this button that has the path tool field and a play button. And once you click that, it just kind of Google takes over, and you can start visualizing these things. And here's where a bunch of settings come in that you have to change to kind of adapt to where you're at. So for example, here I'm like a little bit too close. And to change the settings, you can go to Tools, Options, and on the tab Touring. And here you can change things like the camera tilt. So 0 degree would be looking at it straight down, and 90 degrees would be, if we were walking perpendicular to that line. The camera range, like how close you are to the line. So let's say, yeah, we want to step back a little bit and maybe make it a little bit faster. So these are settings that you're gonna have to go back into and kind of play around with for each case that you want to. You hit apply and OK. And to see these changes, you click the play button one more time, and they should, well, maybe I step back too far. Yeah, let's see one more thing. I'm going to do 70%. Apply, OK, and hit play again. And that's a little bit better, I think. Well, anyways, this might be something that you're interested in to continue. And if you want to like export this video that you just created, it's really simple. First, you just hit this file button here in the bottom left-hand side of your frame that you're currently on. You hit frame, and here the famous screen pops up one more time. You give it a nice name, and you hit OK. So as you see here, once again, everything is saved here in the Places panel with a video recording icon for you to see. So then if you want to further on export this outside of Google, you can first exit out of the window that you were in by exiting this tool. And then you go to the menu bar and hit Tools, drop down to the Movie Maker. Once you click this, you have two options here. You can either record the movement of your mouth, so it will create a video using the movement of your mouth, and you can also just record out of your save tour, which we were going to do. So we already created this. Kind of path. So that's what I want to save right now. So you select that, the save tour that you just made. You select a nice place to save it in, so you'll remember where it is, and obviously you choose the format that you want. I would actually suggest here, if you can, to do a JPEG or PNG sequence, which then you can later combine in a GIF or movie maker. But if it's something quick, maybe you just want something low quality, just check it out. Having a file format that's like a movie, it's okay too. So you hit create, and yeah, this is gonna take quite a few times, so I'm gonna cancel it, but that's how you do it. So after it's done, it's gonna be saved where you want to.
I just want to ask something, guys. All of you can see the dialog boxes. Can you see it? The dialog boxes that Cesar is opening.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm
Like this, right? You guys can see this, right? Is that what you mean, Ale?
Okay. With delay.
No, we cannot see it.
Yeah.
Now we can.
Okay,
Okay.
but okay, so because we noticed that in
Okay.
the computer of Rebecca, we cannot see it, but in my computer you can see it. So in the recording
Okay,
you might
maybe-
have it perfectly. I don't know why this is quite weird. We have it in the recording. Okay.
Okay, so I'm getting some delay, so I'll try to go a little bit slower so the lag catches up. Okay, so where were we? We're done with the tour. Yes, now we can jump into the time lapse. For now, I'm gonna change these. I'm gonna toggle off all of these things that we've been drawing, just so that it's clear for when capturing the image. You don't want, or maybe that's something that you do want, is all these names in it, but that's something that you can toggle on and off. So the next tool is the time historical imagery tool, which is here on your toolbar, and it's a clock with an arrow pointing counterclockwise, and just like everything else, you left and click, and this time lapse, this timeline appears, right? And this is where you want to kind of check the current frame that you're on. I don't know if you can see from there, but there are some lines within this timeline, as you see there. Maybe in your case it's less or more, but this is kind of like where you check how much information is there. Like I said, Google is not always 100% the same for every location. There might be some, remote location where there isn't a lot of info, so you're going to have less of these dashes, or you might get super lucky and be, somewhere that's more populated and you have quite a lot more. So it's just really the current update of Google has this amount of data. So to go and check the historical images, you just hit the go back, left and click, or you can also drag if there's a lot of data. For us, let's just say we're going to go back to the first data point, which is from 1985, which is also going to be our first kind of image that we're going to take to create the time lapse. So I will suggest first to go to to make sure that what you want to capture in a time lapse is kind of in the middle of the screen, because once you start, you can't really change that. And again, I suggest to use the place mark tool to save the spot that you're currently in. So yeah, for this first one, we're just gonna simply capture this image. And to do this, you open the Save Image tool here that it looks like a page with an icon and a page folded. You left click that, and this kind of toolbar is gonna appear, which here first and under map options, if you click on it, you can toggle on or off the different things around the map, like the title and descriptions, the legend, the scale, and the compass. You can toggle that on or off, and also the different styling of the maps that you want to. Maybe you want something, black and white, or things like that. So that's where you do it. And if you're happy with it, you can move on to the resolution, which is where you choose pretty much what resolution you want this image to be saved in, which you would think that bigger is better, but like sometimes it's not like that. Sometimes it's better to go a little bit under. And this is kind of like something that you're gonna have to test yourself, which resolution looks better for each site. Because I have done something in like, for example, 4K, and for it not to be so clear. But if I do something in 720, for example, it shows more data, even though it's not so high resolution. So that's kind of something that you have to decide. But I think for most parts, working with 1080 is more than enough. So once you're happy with all of everything that you see here, you just simply hit Save Image. And you save it again in a nice name folder for you to find later on. And you give it a nice name with the date. Oh, this is the latest. And I would also suggest for you to save it in PNG, which is a format that will give you more resolution when you're working on screens. And yeah, you just hit save, and there you made your first data for your time lapse. And from now on, it's pretty repetitive. You just have to continue doing this step for all the data points that you have on your current site. So for me, I'm gonna go do it one more time in 2022. So once again, I open the historical imagery tool and I scroll to the next data point, and then you just hit save. And this is just starting to get repetitive with each date. You just have to repeat this step. (2021), save image. (2019), and here's what I'm talking about, those lines that, sometimes you get lucky and there aren't any of these lines, but this is where you actually see like how Google Earth work, because here we have maybe 3 different images that are compiled together, and all of them have different stages of that time year. So 2019, we're gonna save that one. (2018). And yeah, like I said, make sure that you're not moving the screen while doing this. Otherwise, the time lapse is not going to look as nice. That's why it's also important to save the first frame with the place mark tool. 2014, 2013. 2011. We're almost done. Sorry, there's a question. Be sure all of the same resolution. Yes, it's technically advised to be the same resolution for every image of the time lapse. Let's see. I already have 2011. 2010. Just a couple more. And the last one. And there you should have something, a collection of images somewhere saved, which then we can move to the next step, which is actually creating the GIF with all this information. So you should have something that looks like this with all the images and all your files. And I can, as you can see, you can already start seeing like the growth of this mine. So for the next step, there's like a little deviation that you can take. I would suggest of using some Premiere Pro if you know how to use it to kind of save the resolution that Google Earth has. And I have found that that is the best way to do it through Premiere Pro. It's super easy, but for those of you that don't have Premiere Pro, don't know how to use it, I have found this just simple website, which I'm sharing with you on the meeting chat. And if you go to this website, it will allow you to create GIFs, which is really nice. And you don't need any other softwares for this. You can do it online. And to continue, just simply upload the files that you just created. And since you named it really nice, it's no hard. There's no need to go looking for it. So I have selected all my images and all of them are in order, as you can see chronologically. And I hit open. I have 12 files that I have created. And after that, you just upload. And this should take a little bit longer. And maybe here's where I told you that, yeah, by using this website, you are kind of sacrificing a little bit of the resolution. But I think for most cases, it's quite okay. As you can see here, there's like a cap on only 200 megabytes that you can upload. So that might be a lot or a little bit, depending on your case. There's a question in the chat asking if the picture is in order. It's not important. I'm not sure, but I always do it in chronologically, just to be safe. And that's why I also name the files accordingly. But this is something that you can, I mean, if you have done it and didn't have like a name file, you can always, I think, move these around. Yeah, as you can see here. You can change the order according to you chronologically. And once you're there and you're happy with everything, I'm not going to touch any of the settings here. And it's just as simple as, yeah, hitting make a GIF. And then here you're going to start seeing the growth or ungrowth. And then finally, to export this file, you just hit here on the right-hand side and the floppy disk icon. You hit save. You hit save.
Excuse me, can we add text here?
Can you add text here in this website? I'm sure you can. Yes, you can. Are you following me here?
Yes.
I have never done this. I have never done this, so I'm learning with you at the moment. Otherwise, if you want to add text, I would suggest you do it on Google. Let's see how would this work.
Yeah, you can. I remember that also we tried one, Cesar, that Nastaran, you can use all the images. It's a little bit more work on it, but you can pre-edit in Photoshop and put it clean it a little bit or stabilize the color, because sometimes there are lines or divisions that you can put, and also edit text that you want to highlight in a specific moment of the stop motion. Okay. So,
thank you.
So here in this website, I just hit that text icon, and now it gives me the ability to write and to position the text. So yeah, thank you for that question. Now I know something new. So yeah, we're saving. So hit save, and then find the folder with the rest of your information, and you hit save. And that should do it. There you have it. And obviously you can play with different time delays between pictures, so that will give you the effect that you want. So yeah, that's about it for me. How are you guys feeling?
That was great. Thanks.
You're welcome. Oh, I just wanted to show you one more thing with the polygon that we made. Actually, the other day I made yes, I made more polygons, so you can actually visualize the growth of the mine per year. And this is something that then you can compare. Like, for example, you can compare what happened in 85 to 2004 and visualize that with, you know, things like the price of copper, and see if there's like some type of connection to the growth. But I think, yeah, that's it for me, guys. Are there any questions or comments that you might have?
super nice.
No?
Yes.
I have a question, if it's
Sure.
possible.
Please, no problem.
How can I add the places to the Google Earth?
The places, do you mean the Google file that I sent to
Yes.
you?
Yes,
Okay, I'll show you right away.
thank you.
So here, I'm even gonna see. So you find where you have downloaded. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. So you find where you have downloaded
Yes.
the file, and then you just left click and drag, and then you just hit
Oh,
drop it
automatically
anywhere on the
develop.
frame, and as you can see here on the left hand side, it's gonna pop up with all the cases.
Thank you.
I'm sure you can also like import it through the menu bar, file, import. You can do it that way too.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I have a question to continue about this.
Sure.
Like after creating all this data, how can you export it? Like you
Okay.
exported for giving it to us, right?
Sorry, one more time, the last part.
So like you exported this data to send it to us?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how you do that is you find all the data that you want to export. Maybe it's just like a few of these, or maybe it's like an entire folder. You highlight whatever you want to export, and you can right click on it. Oh no, sorry, never mind. It's one by one. Or maybe you can create, like, if you have a lot of points, you can create a folder out of everything that I have highlighted here and then export that. But just for now, you highlight a folder or a place or anything, and then you hit save places as.
Okay.
Once you hit that, this screen is gonna pop up where it gives you two file formats to export. KMZ and KML, which I believe are both accepted by QGs, and it's like an international format, so you will not have an issue using those, whether it's on GPS devices or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for your valuable work. I am interested to know how much is Google output credit in Sweden. For example, I mean, to what extent are this data valid in terms of legal sureties? I mean, the previous history of the region, for example, if you want to be legal petition to defend the destruction in nature, I mean, thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Oh, sorry. I think my microphone is broken. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Cesar, for your valuable work. I want to know how much is Google output credit in Sweden. For example, you consider you want to be a legal petition to defend the destruction of nature, and to what extent are these data valid in terms of legal sureties?
I mean, I think as researcher, this is not, and I think that's something that has been told to us. This is an approximation. This is not something that we're doing. Yeah, this is, precisely this. We're just approximating, and maybe if it's something more delicate or when it comes to preciseness, I think QGs is like the next step if you want something more advanced or more precise, I guess. But I really can't tell you exactly like what's the more or less of each thing. So you're talking about like measurements, right? And things like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I was wondering about this situation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is a very relevant question, Agil. And yes, it's in Google Earth is a tool for a more rough approximation.
Right.
So of course they are not precise as maybe QGIS could be, but nevertheless, also neither QGIS, also sometimes some of the database have difference between each other. So it's exactly, so the best that we can do in this case as a researcher is to point in our research the type of data that we are using and how we are interpreting that data. So that is very important. We usually recommend a lot to our students in the studio to do that. Is as well, that is important to denounce or highlight certain information about the landscape, is important to highlight the sources where this information come from, all right, and expose it. That is part of the game, part of the rigor that we should have as a researcher. So very nice, this question. So the best that we can do is, especially toward the final presentation, is to always include a footnotes where you can say the sources that are that you are using, and be quite clear in that sense. Right.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Right. You expose it. It's not that you are defending, it's you are saying that you are using that data, but you are giving also the benefit of the doubt. So, or explaining that your research is based on that data, that is not exactly your responsibility, but but you're exposed to a wider community. Not to say, okay, this is you can even contrast two different sources and then put it in question them, no? If you find differentiations between some of the sources that you're using. Right, but very nice question. Yes, exactly. You are answering. Yes, you can use Photoshop too. It's true what David said. Also, Rebecca used a lot this. And I just was remembering something that when you remember when we made the timeline of Las Claritas, Cesar, no? When we were investigating the Amazonas, Cesar was digging into Las Claritas, one of the older mines in the Amazonas. And he put a timeline when he calculate the growing of so by putting together, he combined two of the tools that he showed today. So one is the measurements and another is a stop motion. So then we end up with a timeline of all the years. He put also the year in the bottom of the sequence. You can see the progression of the years, and you can see how the footprint is expanded. And then he measured that expansion each by year. So, and then what we realized that it was growing 1 kilometer per year or something like that. Cesar, no, I don't remember exactly. No.
Yeah, that was like a golden moment, I think, in our research when we started actually visualizing like the demand of gold. And whenever the price of gold will jump up, we have this huge deforestation during those years. And whenever the kind of the price of gold will stabilize, like the mine will maintain its size. So it was really great to visualize that.
And if you combine it, if you are able to edit the frames of the stop motions, you can maybe. So in that case, we put the year, but also could put, as Cesar said, the prices of the gold, the statistic of the prices of the gold, and that gives you a meta interpretation, a multiple interpretation. So intersections of multiple sources of information in one single graphic piece, animated piece. That is also interesting in terms of editing, guys. So it's not just about that you can clear and make it more accurate the images in Photoshop, but also you can assemble in different layers of information in the same graphic piece. And other things I was thinking that I remember that Rebecca and also Cesar used Eniro for our research in the Arctic. Rebecca was showing this yesterday also. So the pictures, I don't know exactly if all the places have exactly what Cesar was showing now. The Haiek mines, the first picture was in 1985. But maybe if it's because it's, there were two important moments in territorial representations. One of them, of course, is related with the orthophoto maps. So the capacity to photograph with a plane, with a pieces of territory of the territory, and make quadrants and make a grid when they put it together. And that was very much the first representation that we have from the Earth, no? And then coming the satellite era, and those orthophoto maps were replacing with satellite pictures that also read colors, intensities, and other forms of representation of the land and the territory. So it's nice to have that differentiations and be critical in that sense. So you can even combine tools. Maybe use the Eniro tools to see the orthophoto maps and then trying to geolocate it, as Hana also was explaining, and then put it together with coordinates and trying to have a translation between orthophoto maps, pictures from the 70s or 60s, 70s, and then the initiation of satellite pictures in the 85, 90s, and 2000. Okay, so you really have you really can ensemble these two forms of representation in one piece or make in two pieces. Or if you really want to go back into the case, into the more than the satellite pictures can give you, go into the orthophoto maps and reconstruct the case if it's a case that have more time. No? We saw it clearly in the Arctic mines in 1985. The footprint already was giant. No? It was already there for a while. So you maybe would like to see how really was the territory before. No? So use the other sources, guys. Okay.
Okay.
Other questions? There's any other question, guys?
I'm thinking that we will upload. I will join you in your camera. I'm thinking that we will upload the all these online resources. Maybe Hannah's links, for example. I put one link there. Maybe Cesar, you have some links there also that we can put them in one document that is in the collective resources there. I think I called it online resources or something like that, where there are links to different things. So maybe there you can also, if you want to find links, online resources we have presented during the seminar, you can look there.
Yeah, thank you. And I have already uploaded a folder called Google Earth Documents in the provided material. So it's just whatever I've been sending over the chat here for you to have if you missed that.
Perfect. Some of the examples that we have, that Cesar and Hana have been showing, will be also uploaded in a, maybe we can make a folder of examples or graphic examples. All right, guys. Okay, so we will.
A question from Walter.
Yes, Walter, please. Yes.
This is a question for Cesar or Hana from the two databases. Do you ever pull off topography?
What do you mean?
Topography lines.
Yeah. Cesar?
Yes, I can do that too. I think it's better on QGIS because it gives you more data points. But I think you're able to do both of them in both softwares.
Yeah, I think you can do that when you pull out like terrain maps, or then you will have more information about the lines of like topography. And also when you take the elevation map, which is black and white, and the gray in between, you can actually use, I think, GIS. You can use QGIS as well.
From a depth map?
To extract the terrain from that map as well. So the lines of the topography from the map of the elevation, black and white, and the gray in between. Yeah. Is that good?
Yeah, thanks.
Of course.
Yes, it's an exercise that we can do also in Rhino with Tomas. No?
Yeah, and Rhino is really useful for this.
The bitmap, using the bitmap sources for create 3D. But I
Nice.
think you will find accurate topographies in the database from Sweden, Walter.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so then, guys, then we will see each other. We will have a 1 hour and a half lunch time. So we will start at 2:30 with the lecture of Sevan and her group. Yes, and following by at 3, so it's a session of half an hour. So it's a presentation plus questions, and then a session with Atakan at 3. All right, Atakan and his group. And then we will coming back at 3:30 to give a round. Some of you, Rasha, for instance, have been sending us a very interesting mirror with some advances of the research, as well as I think that many of you already start to think and have some ideas. And if you, of course, are trying already some of the tools that Hana and Cesar have been introducing, we can also support you guys from 3:30 to 5. Okay, so please try and come with questions, and we have exciting sessions after the 2 lectures, inspirational lectures that your colleagues have prepared for today. So Hana, I know that you have some compromise, but you just, if you can join us at 3:30 will be amazing, or jump in between 3:30 and 5, whatever you want. Okay.
I'll try to map to time Sarah's nap around 3:30, so she'll be sleeping hopefully. So
Okay.
Otherwise, no, I'll definitely jump back, even if it's for a brief time, and then I'll say my goodbyes.
Fantastic. Okay, perfect.
Thank you so
So
much.
you of course can jump any other moment if there are doubts in the following days. So
great.
there's no problem. Okay.
Nice.
Thank you both for this beautiful morning, and thank you guys for these nice questions. And see you at 2:30.
1.5 hours.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks for presentation.
Of course,
Thank
I
you so
hope it
much.
was helpful. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Um, All right, I think that we can start. So welcome back, everyone. So it's a pleasure to introduce you. And well, you already know Seven, but Alejandra and Nayi, which is they are part of the group. I think we miss one of you, one of the participants, Diana, exactly. So, but as we said, guys, we have been running this landscape series workshop, and one of the seminar that we recently did in IAC, the Institute of Advanced Architecture of Catalonia, was called Molecular Landscape, very much oriented in the same directions that we are doing now. It was a different timing and a different scope. It was based on Barcelona. And some of the students for this seminar have been joining us to this new version of the workshop oriented to the Arctic. And we thought they produced a fantastic and extraordinary work. So it was a very exciting week, full of energy and collaborationism and participation. And they kindly accept to present their work as an inspirational talk here for all of you in this seminar, Microscopic Landscapes. So I want to give you the welcome, and the stage is yours, guys. So they will present the work that they produce in that week and in the seminar, and then we will open the questions for many of you. All right, the stage is yours, guys.
As Alejandro mentioned, like this was like 6 months ago's workshop, and it was 4 of us, Mena, Alejandra, and Diana. But Diana is not today here with us, and so it's going to be presenting 3 of us. So I'm going to start by narrative what we're going to see. We're going to see a prelude of a research question, then a research narrative, what we have suggested, researched, and after all, what is going to be our further proposal. So our research question was basically we started with studying about extreme environments, like how as any extreme climate situation, us as moving environment, we move away, but nature doesn't have this obligation and starts to live there and adopt itself. So we were studying about this stuff, and we had a very great chance about Badr River in Barcelona. And this river is very clean in one part and very polluted in another area. So we tested both sides as example, but like further in upcoming slides, we will be studying these in much more detail. So here we have a 1-minute video, a perfect one, 190. So I leave you alone with the video. Or should I continue and then you off? I don't know. I really prefer.
I'm sorry, Sevan, I'm not hearing. What are you saying?
I was saying, like, should I continue and then you join, or you want to take the floor?
Yeah, I can start from now.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if the video was very clear to you guys because it has a sound, and I don't know. We can maybe share the link later. But what we try to do with the video is to make a connection between the samples that we took from the site and the molecular landscape or the molecular microscopical samples that we took from the same spot. So the video basically is a visual, a visual representation of the process of collecting the samples and connecting these samples with what we are trying to do. What we are trying to do here basically is to take the samples from different location in Pesos River based on the immediate context of the river. Like, for example, we took a sample from a site near an industrial zone, So the samples that we took has a potential or high pollution from these industrial activities. And the second samples we took it from an area that relatively it's a public space. It's very lovely. It's something that you can enjoy. So we were trying to compare these two samples, and we took a third sample from a location that in between. So that's what we were trying to do, collecting samples and looking at the landscape in the microscope. I think the one you can move the slides. Mm. Is it? So we were looking about the the importance of Pesos River in Barcelona history. It's very important activity hub to the city, and now it's had a lot of importance because a lot of industrial and agricultural activities were there in the Renaissance era, and after that, like in the industrial era, it was heavy used, and now it's becoming more and more something public and something connected to the residential part of the city. The next slide. So here in this video, we were looking to 3 period in Pesos River to try to see where is the agricultural, where is the industrial, and how is it changing based on 3 time period. Then you can go to the next slide. And then we were like looking to the heat map to took these samples again from different environment condition, like the heat map and the pollution that we took. Next slide. Yeah, also next slide.
Do you want me to give
if
you
you
my
need to add
control or
something,
just let me know? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool then. Cool. Just let me.
The next, yeah, okay. So this is the map that we took the like the samples from, and we try to take picture from the area that we took. Like you can see how the first one is very lovely. It's very public. The immediate context of this river is mostly residential, and you can like you can easily access these areas if you're biking or if you're walking, and you can see dogs playing and people having fun there. And the second one, the site B, and the next slide. The second one is not very accessible. It's the immediate context of that is mostly industrial. So and you can see how this reflecting the landscape that we're observing, but also we were trying to look at the microscopical aspect of that. So we took the samples, we put it under the microscope, and we can see in the next slide how this affect that.
I think Alejandra, if you wanna add something like from here.
Yeah, sure. So the thing is that it was very impactful for us because we took samples from all the river that ends up in the sea. So it's incredible to understand how much, for example, the industry that is located almost to the end of the river has influenced the ecosystem. Because, for example, 1 kilometer before, we found a lot of microorganisms and bacteria, good and bad. Because, for example, there was bacteria and microorganisms that only appear when you can find human excrement or cities waste. So we could see like the good organisms that were originally from the ecosystem, the river ecosystem, and with the aid of AI. So we were prompting in ChatGPT, for example, like taking in account the city activity and like the technological impact of the technological waste that is put in the river, what microorganisms could be found today and what microorganisms are original from the site. So we found ChatGPT told us that these microorganisms are original from the ecosystem and the ones in the right are not. So we started to look in the microscope, and it was shocking because we could find a lot of the microorganisms and even like heavy metals and fiber and textile fibers, microplastics that AI was telling us. So it was good to compare what AI could tell us with what we were seeing in the microscope. So yeah, can you go before, please, again? So good. Okay. Yeah, so here, for example, in the left, where like before the industry in the river, we could find all of these guys that are in the left, the diatoms, the rotifers that you could see in the pictures, even small microorganisms moving, and we could see how they were like moving, and it was like super clear to see them. And then when we were approaching to this big industry that is responsible for 60% of the production of energy in Barcelona, so they burn waste and they make electricity out of it. But I mean, they're supposed to have regulations to control the waste that go to the river. But anyway, like we took samples there and there was almost no life. So we could find a lot of fiber, textile fibers. It was super clear to see, for example, the heavy metals that if you see in the right, the fourth picture, those are like small particles that are attached to some living organisms. And it's crazy because I mean like 500 meters away from there, people are taking baths in the sea and are swimming. So it's crazy to, like, maybe we don't see it because they are microorganisms, but when you are aware of what you're in, like, for example, if you're having a day at the beach, you don't know that you're dealing with all of this. But yeah, our idea was also like to bring this consciousness so people understand that, for example, when you have the presence of these kinds of microorganisms, it's because there is human excrement or because I don't know, there are heavy metals. And yeah, our idea was to bring consciousness about what we're dealing with, and maybe that could have a impact on a macro scale to quit polluting, because that's the like the only way to quit pollution, like in a bigger scale. So yeah, you can go to the next one. Where we were thinking, what if people, like in a public space, for example, they could take samples and see in the microscope what we were seeing, and to understand what the presence of these organisms means. So yeah, we develop like a QR scanning process where you could like scan the QR code, and you have like a 3D printed figure of these microorganisms, and then when you scan that, you have more information about it and what it means, its presence in the ecosystem. Next. Yeah, and yeah, that's it.
Then these are the pictures that we had under the microscope, and these are from the top part, the north part of the river, which we took sample as a happy area and less polluted area. And these were the samples that we took from the south part, as we consider as the polluted area. And the second stage that we used in the generating artificial intelligence was to get the center part of the river, because we had a 5-day workshop. So we were letting AI to predict what are the composition microorganisms in the center part of the river. So these are the generations of the mix of these. And we also had scans. So for example, we had this part, the exploding diagram on the left. The top one is a section of the river, bank of the river. And like from the bank, you can see like how it enters the water. And with Polycam, we 3D scanned this, and later on we 3D printed this. So here we can see on the second exploding diagrams picture, a traditional river picture. And on the third, our prompt was the microorganisms we found on this part of the river to generate an underwater area as a section. So, and then, as I said, like we had a 3D printing, and with the help of Polygram, which is a phone VR, and you can use it with Rhino Grasshopper, we projected the scan on top of the 3D printing. Because when you see this 3D printing, you're like, what is this? But like, it makes so much more sense when you can see the prompt, the picture, or like the LiDAR scannings results on top of it. So this was the VR Polygram that we did. And we also had like VR with like the glasses and headsets. So we decided to take one part of the river as a polluted, and the other you could see the dirty part, the polluted part of the river, but on the right you had the cleaner. So you had the microorganisms ordered at the same sequence as well. And here you can see the polluted area and the clean area. Yes. And under that we had like the legend of what are these microorganisms that you can see once you wear the headset. And here we have our further proposal. So as a matter of fact, we didn't have much of knowledge on generally what we're seeing under the microscope. Meanwhile, we did like corresponding of what we saw in the microscope with the help of ChatGPT, also like corresponding the pictures that we saw. If this is detected, then it's probably PD or like iron, heavy metal, blah, blah. But we also had a research on a journal. We found a journal, which is Computational and Structural Biotechnology Journal. So basically what is it is that an AI trained, so basically the scientists made trained a machine so that this machine can detect molecular compositions based on previous research and studies in micro labs. So basically my goal was to give the picture that we detected under microscope, and based on the compositions that they are under the microscope picture, what are what is this organism behaving like? Not just letting us know what is under this, but like what is the composition telling us? So we found this, we will see in the further slides. So like here we found them. 2 articles from the same journal, and they used a library, Python library called GrowMax. if I'm not mistaken. So as I said, our goal was to have an input of microscope image and output of, by the way, do you see the videos or is it just me? Because I don't know. Okay, it's fine. So my goal was to see, to have a microscope image input and have a behavior study as an output. And in between we had 2 stages, image segmentation and machine learning. So for image segmentation, it was OpenCV, so easy part of the coding, but like the hard part was to train your model based on the library that they suggested. It was called Brumax. So we remember this picture on top from clean zone of the river, and the second one on the bottom, we can see a polluted zone sample on the microscope. So what we had to do in the image segmenting part was to mask the picture, black and white, and then based on the connections of this composition, it classified them. So these classifications, as you can see on top, were like divided into 3 classes, I beg your pardon, but like these 3 classes were done in like 2 one-day training. So like it was not very deep trained. So we had like large compositions, small and medium based on their connection. And we had it, like, as I said at the beginning, if you remember, we were trying to study extreme environments as an example polluted environment. But we all know, like, other examples of extreme environments can be very low degree or very high in degree, and what it's going to behave and look like. So we had it like this, on the left, you can see an average survival rate of this composition between 20 degree to 45 degrees Celsius in spring. However, we wanted to test it in a higher range, so we decided to, based on the composition, let's say a large class, small class, or medium class composition, how they are going to treat, how are they going to behave in -100 to +100. So here we can see, like, for example, for average survival rate, we had a decrease and then increase to 50, and then drop to 100, and like different other behaviors as well. So basically, based on the results that we had, we wanted to see how these images look like. So this was our prompt, how these organisms look like in -100 and +200. Here we have some of the images that we generated based on the river. And these are the results that it was suggesting for -200, -200, +200, the same organisms. Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's it. And that's the slide. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Does anybody have any question? That was it's a beautiful and super interesting research that you have been doing, your project, and which you are planning to keep on doing, right? Yeah. So I think
idea is like the ideologist part. Yes, I said.
No, I will move to this side to be where the camera is.
Nothing. It's just the idea. Yeah, the ideal situation would be like to push the classification and stuff in like a better result, and like to see how it's going to look like. Also, since it's parametric, so it's going to adjust to the results that you have collected from Arctic, and even with better training of days, it's going to look like even better. So yeah.
Yeah. It was a beautiful way to visibilize the invisible, and with the help of comparative and like analytical tools to using AI technology and your coding and algorithms to and existing data. Is there anybody who have any questions? Any questions?
Sorry.
Yes.
I have a question. Just like in the beginning, you said like you used ChatGPT, like to prompt the microscopic elements or like elements that exist inside of the river before and after the activities that was added, right? Something like that.
Yes, yes, yes. What's the
So
question?
the question is like, how like is ChatGPT like a viable resource to use for like in research like that?
Uh, for me, it's an approximation. Like if you're going to spend an hour on internet looking for, like for example, the history of the Bessos River and the evolution of the city when the river was not in contact with the city, then when the city grew, and like ChatGPT can help you to gather information fast. It's not like AI. It's sometimes not that smart, and sometimes it gives you weird results. So I don't think you should
Hi.
be like 100%, but it's good to shorten the time of research and to have an approximation. Then you take that information, and I mean, you take what's good, what makes sense, and you need to always complement it with more viable sources. But it's always good, like for a first approach, to to do it faster.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Osman and others. If it's possible, please tell what Python library you use or how to use data science to visualize data and make predictions. In brief, possible. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. By visualizing, you mean graph visualizing or image generation? Visualizing of the graph, graph generating can be done easily in the Python itself by but the general libraries that we use, it starts from OpenCV, which is a very good one for image detection and generally works with masking. It starts with masking and stuff. And afterward, we use two libraries that I said, like I can write it on the chat. There are the two libraries that I found in it was a biology journal. It wasn't an architecture journal. So like I was just trying to feel like if they have ever done this. So like it was like between them, yeah. I will write it down again. Like it was Bromax, something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think for the image generating and speculation, we were trying to do a 3 stages exploration to reflect what we were trying to achieve in visual or in images. So we used the AI tool in Midjourney and the AI tool that we developed to visualize and to speculate how this environment will look like. Yeah.
Thank you. If possible, I would like to have link of Python library on chat. Thank you.
I just sent them in the chat. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps you could also put those libraries in this document that we have in the collective folder, if that is of interest for other as well, to keep it there.
I can't write the name, but they should import it in the Python library. But like I can write the code that they can import in the Python library and send them the code.
Okay.
Super, Sarah. Thank you so much. Great. If there is any other question, guys, for Sarah, Maggie, and Alejandra. I maybe can ask a questions that or maybe make a comment to. Okay, yes, we have one from Walter. Yes.
Which tool did you scan?
So which tools did?
Polycam you can install for free. Actually, I didn't expect it to be free because like when I worked with it like 3 years ago, I thought it's paid. But like Naji did it and he was like, this is for free, and it was for free. So yeah, it was for free. You can do it and import it to your Rhino environment and then work with it easily. So yeah.
And it's quite straightforward to use, yes.
To be honest, I'm bad with names, but like there are 3 types that you will get. It's either image or video, or the other one that is a 3D model. I'm not sure if it was 3DM. So like I don't remember exactly. I don't know. Did you remember what was the type that we
I
exported?
don't remember the type, but
Yeah.
you have 2 options if you're not paying to get the full access. You can have a 365 video for the scan, or you can have another one that you can export it to Rhino and have the meshes, and you can easily adjust and
Exactly. Some of the most of the tools that we recommend always is to have the 3D fly, the 3-orbit 360. And as Naji said, there is an option that is a OBJ object that you can open in Rhino, and you have also LSTL, so LTL. So if you want to 3D print some of the scanning things, so you can use both file either to import it to Rhino, or either if you want also to 3D print it. This is the common things that you can make with the scanning, guys. So, right. STL and OBJ, exactly. OBJ. All right.
Thanks for the opportunity and everything. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
thank you so much.
Great to see the work again. It is amazing work. I think that what I have in mind is that there is something. So the research is especially is extraordinary, and there are a couple of I could say innovative steps that we found very interesting from your participation, guys. Is one the conciliation or the overlapping between historical maps and the more new cartographies, and especially the way that you identify the species through the use of other tools. I think that there was a special and also the use of database to find a way to support your research with information that is available online. I think that is quite special, and it's a point that you can still consider, right? That of course, there is another moment that it was very nice in the final exhibition. There is all these interactive ways to make create engagement tools to people to relate with those microorganisms. So super nice to see it again.
Very nice, very interesting. Good job.
Thank you so much for presenting again the work, guys.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Great to see you again.
All right.
Thank you so
Thank you, Nadia and Alejandra, to jump in. Thank
Please
you.
stay.
Thank you, Sevan.
As
Yes.
much as you want.
Yes, please. All right. We have scheduled then Ataka and Katerina that is here with us now. Yes.
Yes, I am here. It's just
Yes.
another. Yeah, I'm here. It's just a bit shorter name.
Yes.
Hello.
Perfect, Kate. Okay, good. Stage is secure, guys.
Also, Gautam is here.
Gautam is here too. Okay, fantastic. Great to see you guys.
Likewise.
Oh.
Hello, everybody. So should I start sharing?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Okay. Can everybody see? Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes, I can.
Just one thing, do you have videos, guys, to present today with audio? No, right?
No. And after the presentation, I will show the screen, but it doesn't have a sound.
Okay, so there is no problem. Okay, perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So I will start to tell a story about Bunkers del Carmel that is located here in Barcelona, not far away from Parc Güell. Next. And it has a very interesting story because first it was not successful farmlands. Then during the Civil War, it was a aircraft station, anti-aircraft station, as you can see on the right picture. But eventually it became shanty towns during the post-war conditions, which were chaotically constructed by the people themselves, and the people were usually immigrants who were not speaking Catalan. So the shanty towns were like cities in themselves, and they organized their own infrastructure. Like they had names of their streets, and the main part of these buildings, they were constructed by the people very chaotically with no rules. At the same time, the community there were so strongly bonded with each other that they really wanted to improve their circumstances, life circumstances. But of course, there was no support from the government for a very long time. And eventually they started to protest, and specifically Bunkers del Carmel, sorry, their community is very popular for bringing the most attention of the mayor. So eventually they started to inhabit the place with their own plants and gardens, and plant their trees. And on the right picture, you can see that the mayor himself, eventually he came to plant a tree with the locals, which we can see now. What is also very important is that here the highlighted path that we walked with Atakan and Gotham during our research, this is where the shanty towns were located, and we found a lot of interesting species. Despite that where the shanty towns were not located, it's still in the process of the development. There is only like grass, but the main part of this flora that you can see here, they're edible. Next, please. Thank you. So we had a theory. We have a theory that probably the locations of shanty towns, former shanty towns areas, they are intersecting with the our path. Next slide, we can see it. Thank you. Yeah, that we intersected our walk with the location of the shanty towns, and we understood that all the samples of the edibles that are not really common also for Barcelona, it doesn't grow in other areas, they are intersecting, sorry. And we found it there, but this is how you can understand that people who live there for almost 50 years, they already left, but we still see what's is left of them, and what is still improving the city now, and how this story is intersecting, and how there are many layers of the history that we still can see today.
So I'll take it forward from where Katya left it. Our approach initially was very visual. We did not know about this history at the time. we had an idea, but we did not know the depth of it. So once we started exploring it visually, collecting samples and realizing that these are edible samples or edible plants, and then putting it under a microscope, we started to kind of see the space differently. And in the meanwhile, we also discovered the story of immigrants coming in who were aliens, and it kind of sat very well with these species as well, because these species are also alien in a way. But these people who came in started working in the city because Barcelona was booming at the time in terms of economics and culture. So these guys found jobs in there. They kind of built the city, or helped build the city as we see it today. So even being aliens and not being accepted and being put in a place where they had to fend for themselves and create their own space in the city because the city did not allow them, they were able to create an impact on the space or on Barcelona, much like these plants. There's one story that Katya maybe forgot to mention, or she wanted me to say it, that when we were looking for these plants, we found an old man, probably 70, who was foraging for asparagus. And he knew the spots where this asparagus was to be found. And he's using these plants in his daily life to kind of, in his food, or just it's a part of his life, which kind of tells us how these aliens, both the humans and the plants, were integrated into the society and still continue to be a part of daily life in Barcelona and the landscapes. So then we kind of saw the space differently, and I will let Atakan take it forward with how we explored visually the space as we see it now.
Thank you. So yes, we select a couple of the samples with for us with the most stories. Then start researching about them and generating images with them. And these images are not random actually. We try to emphasize, try to understand that place, that people, as Katya and Gautam explained, and try to give that feeling with that. We try to create image that can express the feeling of alienated, the feeling of that plants and that, let's say, creations have in bunkers. For example, one of the, we write the samples we collected and the images. For example, one of the lichens and the bunkers we created with that. Also, we created VRs. These images are actually created for a VR experience, and we will come to that as well. What we want to achieve in that area is, okay, we search that area. We collect samples. These are not random samples. These are all the samples with the story behind that. Like the asparagus, like the lichen. Lichen managed to stay alive on the rocks of the bunkers. The asparagus have a total different story for us. That old Catalan guy that collecting items to eat at home or grow at home. Or like this, that organisms or that the plants that show us total different world under the microscope that we totally didn't expect. So yeah, in here, when especially in the VR, that I will come to that, when you experience that image, that 360 image, you kind of feel, at least we kind of felt that that people felt like 8 years ago, 6 years ago, while when it was using as a airplane artillery, like the gun, airborne gun, or after that as a permanent or temporary residual area, then now as a landscape area. So yeah, and all of them is different. This one only grow in under the shadow, while other one grow only on the rocks of the old buildings. So now I will share another screen to represent that experience. Can everybody see the Unity screen? Okay. Okay, so we modeled the bunkers, as you see. This is the top of the bunkers where the anti-aircraft artilleries and then that temporary residual areas are located. We are walking on top of it. Now it's open to the public. And we put that image as a spherical 360 image to the place that where we find to leave the world created by them. I won't show like all of them, but I can share the video afterwards so you can see all. But you see, you like all the memories. You can see whole Barcelona normally from there. This is where air artillery put them. You can experience like this, like inside their world. This is what we try to achieve. Like this. I mean, I think there is no need for to show all of them. Maybe I can do that at the background if you want. What do you say, guys?
Sure. Yeah, we are just trying to show that our exploration was very experiential and visual, and it just helped us view this space very differently and view spaces in general very differently through the lens of history and what has gone on there. So we were glad for this seminar that it kind of opened our eyes towards a new way of looking at things or looking deeper beyond the surface. And if there is nothing else from my colleagues, I will open for questions.
I would just wanted to add one important moment for us. I think it also was a very interesting exploration of different scales that are happening at the same time and in different times in different times in the history. That we as an architects often we pay attention only to a big scale or a human scale, but next to us some magical moments are also happening, and it was very interesting and mind-opening for our team.
Yes, I mean, for me, for example, it was very fascinating to see there's a little parallelism between what, let's say, the change of lives of the people that use and live in the bunkers, like from the farming to in the bottle in the Civil War, then temporarily living there, their element. Now it's a landscape area for mostly tourists, and most of the plants also had that type of change when the people change as well. This is kind of an interesting and fascinating parallelism for me to inspect, to see.
I think, yeah, now we are ready for the questions, if you have any.
Okay, I will talk again through this. Should I sit down here? Yes, I changed. Okay. Thank you so much. It was very, very interesting and nice. It's so nice because you all have quite different outcomes, even though you were kind of sharing the same brief. But I think what is very strong in this project, for example, is how the local scale or the social scale also in this kind of intersectional research is correlational on with until the microscopic level. You really have this you understand how they relate and how they are intersecting, and how these kind of cross-scalar, the impacts, how they affect across scales, kind of, and really relate. So, and then also to let us experience is really what you're doing, also letting us experience the imagined future through your scenarios or realities. Who knows? Yeah.
I'm agreed. I think that there's something. I mean, brilliant presentation, guys. And we can feel we were just discussing so different when you need to present this at the end of the seminar, and now when you need to present with a more calm and the information and the reflection of the workshop. I can see it clearly in your words and the way that you explain the work that you produce. So it's a brilliant piece of work. It's a brilliant research. It's very sensible. And I think push the boundaries the same as we were discussing with the previous group in many different ways. I'm agree with Rebecca that one of the issues that we should take care about this territorial research and new territorial methodologies is to engage the public with the circumstances that happen across the landscape. And sometimes it's difficult to read what happened. We always say that there are a problem of scale and a problem of time. So there are scales that we cannot see, so then we cannot relate or have empathy for them. And that is something that your research tackles in a beautiful way. So it is pick up and move across scales in a fluid way, but as Rebecca said, also creating a space of hospitality or creates a space of engaging through these different mechanisms that you create, the virtual reality, as well as the visualizations, videos, and so on. And the second, I also agree with what Rebe was highlighting, the idea to discover or unveil narratives that are embedded in the landscape. For instance, to see the history of the El Carmel and Bunker, an area that carry on situations of social injustice and a quite narrative that are related with species and the correlation between those historical narrative, how they are popping up with this wild asparagus that was quite fascinating. We were fascinated when you discovered that, no? And that it showed up quite special things, no? To get back. So let's say if first we were talking about scale, these were talking about time. When we move across time and we're going back and see what really happened in these territories and try to unveil those narratives imprinted in the landscape, then you find a correlation with these species that are still remain there, no? And that talk about the social landscape, but also the biological landscape and the intersection between them. I think that it's a beautiful piece of work. So congratulations. It's nice to see it again, guys.
Thank you so much.
sharing.
It's very nice to see you.
Thank you.
I open the mic for all of you guys to interact with Atakan, Kate, and Gautam. Please, question for them. Walter, Nastaran, Agil, Rasha.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, all of presenters. In my opinion, traveling to microorganisms is even more fascinating than traveling to space, because you can learn a lot from it, considering that all microorganisms can play a role in our life, actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agil. Great project. Say Rasha.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Nastaran, please.
Honestly, I haven't thought in this way before, but it is really, fascinating to mix the species and, just inspiring from them for the, you know, the future world that we have to have, you know. And also, I'm interested in how they, you know, visualize the future world. And I just wanted to know more about how they did, you know, by which tools that they were able to just make it out and just show it.
We used Midjourney, we used Stable Diffusion to mix photos of the organism, and then I think Atakan used something else to do the 360, right?
For 360, I forgot the name. I will look. Irina, our other guest professor, suggest me a website.
It was, yes, yes, go on.
Also for
Go
the
on.
VR, we use Unity. Other than also a bit of ChatGPT and great knowledge of these guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. We understand your question, right?
Yes, I just wanted to know that, but you answered it. How you just create the, you know, imaginative future that you have just visualized. Just I saw that it was a game, you know, the things that you made.
Yeah, kinda. It's for, yeah, you are right. Actually, it's a kind of game, more of a storytelling and experiencing than an interactive game. But yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Gautam, is a question for you in the comment section.
Yes, Walter. We actually imported from Google Maps into Blender and then to Rhino and then to Unity. But you could do it from Blender to Unity also, I think, depending on the file type. Also, to the last question, I would say what you said about how we created. Can I explain the? Okay, I will come back to this later. Then I will explain the workflow. I think you can find the tutorial very easily. There's this specific software that captures 3D data from Google Maps, and you don't have to really even go to Google Earth. I can share a link to the tutorial. It's called something like "No Bullshit Guide to Grabbing 3D Models from Google Maps" on YouTube, and you should be able to find it. But I'll share a link right now as well. Also, to come back to the last comment, you said you were a little inspired by how we created this, or it was a new way of thinking for you, Nastaran, if I'm pronouncing that right. And I am really glad that we were able to make you think in that way, because it was this same inspiration that led us to create what we were able to create at the end. So thank you for your question and your comment.
By the way, just want to mention something. Walter says Unity is a game engine. Yes, I know. Yeah, since I'm a little bit working with Unity since last year, they're also the line come to more than a game engine. But yes, it's very. I mean, for that type of projects, especially in very limited time, it's very practical to create something interactive if you know the basics. And this is what we did in that seminar. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, the three of you. Fantastic. Thank you for sharing. Very inspirational. So, guys, the idea. So we were expected that this could enhance and encourage you to investigate further in the cases of the study that we are carrying on now, and especially to feel the freedom of research, no, to make creative research. And those two examples really show the intersection between artistic and scientific research and the possibilities to use our tools, methodologies, and protocols to expand the way that we work, to create new workflows, intersect tools that sometimes are not designed for doing this kind of research, but we taking advantage with the available technologies. So it's to really match your creative thinking or your abstract thinking, and to trying to use the tools in the level that you consider. So sometimes it's in a basic level, sometimes it's using intersecting different tools, as Gautam was saying, or moving one tool to another, and to try to find advantage, but to create experience, not to coming back again to what Rebecca was saying, to create experience. I think that is what put us together in this workshop, a new ecological experience that make us expand our understanding for nature. So feel really free to experiment with different tools, even that if you consider they are simple, it could be very exciting to make the others be part of your critical thinking about this landscape. So thanks so much again to both groups. So we will make a break before the last session with Cesar. Kate and Gautam, please join us if you have time and you are invited. We will have a look for your first ideas, guys, the idea of the next sessions. If some of you have something to show, please share it with us, and then we have a collective discussions about your first thoughts and first inquiries. And if there is any doubt, of course, you have Cesar to consult with him, and we hope Hana can join us also. So if you have some doubt about the session in the morning. All right. So see you in 15 minutes.
See ya.
We'll say we've
See
seen.
ya. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Very nice session.
Very nice session. Yes. Awesome. What you have been thinking, producing, or your first steps, please feel free to open the conversation. Yeah, it is, no? It's true. It's true, Walter. Yeah, it's kind of a full day. Kind of full day of information. That's very rich. I'm excited to hear that. Sometimes when we program these pedagogical environments, and sometimes we feel, oh, well, maybe it's not enough. We need to put more content, more content. And we're also discussing with Cesar today that, hopefully we're going step by step. We spend 1 more hour in the morning. Well, there was a schedule for 2 hours, and we expanded to 3 hours. But nice. Okay, so
Maybe we could just start digging into the different information, the different that you want to look at, and Cesar can be here, and we can just have a classroom where everybody shares your problems, kind of, because maybe we have the same problems, or we can start trying together at least.
this is a very good idea, guys. If you want, just openly share your screen, share a little bit where you are or doubts, and we can just go and help you now that we have Cesar available in your progression. If there is any volunteer for this, anyone want to start?
I think we will just be here another hour today.
But if you have any further questions that are not today, you can always email me if you can't reach me through here soon. So in that sheet that I share with you, I think I wrote my email down when it comes to rural earth questions. I can more than happy to answer your questions.
Perfect, Cesar. Thank you for this. That sounds great.
Did anybody start thinking about at least like what they would like to explore in the Google Earth with the help of the Google Earth tool, since we have Cesar. Maybe Hana will come.
Yes. Yeah, some ideas. Have you been thinking in some first steps? Maybe, I don't know if you are with us, Rasha, but you want to share your first steps, your first inquire.
Yes, let me bring it up here.
Okay, perfect. And then we can follow up with your question, with your comment. Okay, Walter, it sounds interesting. After Rasha.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So I started to investigate the site and what's happened over there, or what's about outside the site with the picture that you provided in the folder. Something like this happened. This is the location that we have by two different graphics. We can see some major lines and surfaces over here. So if you wanna check it historically chronological from 1984 to 2022, this is the tourists, the last group. This is the location that you can see how this village is evolved, how these paths and these grows over in the land, that would be new nodes and new settlements over there grows into the nature that will it is stopped. That's connected to the hiking paths that extend the nature to the jungles, to the forest over there. And of course, you can see even how the river changed during the time. So I try to highlight some of these things, how this main path, how all of these elements of these built environments concentrated to some areas, some points, some areas, and how they are trying to extend themselves to the forest and to the paths, to the hiking paths that they linked to the nature. And from another aspect, I try to check what's happening during the time, during the flowing the water and erosion process and moving muds and soils during the time. Maybe it takes so much time than what happened next to it in the village. But it gives us some ideas, some concepts, what happens over there, what's the shapes are coming from, based on natural movements, movement of flowing waters or something like this. These are something that can be traced in the area. But these are mostly as what we can see in the Google map and what we can observe in the satellite images. But what we can, in one way, we can investigate the area by maybe using the imagination of for example, machine imagination that we have access to. I used the Windows Copilot, and using the image, one of the image that we had, with some of the prompts that mentioned ask the machine to introduce the location to us. By using this image and trying to use that pattern, the fabric that it acquired from the image, and blend it to the environment and make the future for this location. At first, I tried to find some patterns and fabrics or something that It can be given from the machine from the first stages that and extended to the location very roughly. And after that, it gets more localized and with support of some images from the digital museum, some historic data. I try to guide it to the way that it can be get more precise result for me. So from help of these patterns from the image and from the more information from the location, it produced something like this, some information like this. Some of the images were more like the existing conditions. Some of them were like the urban growth after the some time, and we can distinguish some different trends by generating several times with the machine. Some of these tend to build a village for us in futuristic village that use the something like neo-Gothic styles in it, and some of them that goes to the produce some fabric, some urban fabric for us. Some with those natural patterns, they try to produce something, some mass buildings for us, some cities, some futuristic cities, or some village cities in the future, something more imaginative situation that can be separated in some groups, some shapes based on one it can produce for us. And of course, these are all imaginative, but imagination that's related to the history of the site. So I try to continue producing something like this. It gets a sci-fi like spaces that are so imaginative. It's getting so much strange. So like a apocalypse time movies, and try to get it to the settlement, what it would be if it tried to make a settlement for us in the area in that context. That again, it tries to use the some logic of the growing these species that we used in the, and we get it by the image for the start of this process of imagination. Try to make something related to those moss or something like this. And I think at last it was getting back to where it was started. It was this pattern, it getting covered, and they covered the city, and it would be something like the starting point of that area. Of course, there are maybe some even having some fun with the texture. But I try to make a logic for the process of imagination by the machine and try to find the common imagination between the material intelligence and machine intelligence, to only try to know the context that we are working on, context of these subject, these starting point that we have. That's it.
Very exciting. Thank you so much for sharing. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very exciting. I have just a questions before I giving the word to Cesar and Rebe. Can you I noticed that you put something about the evidence or event there in the.
Yes, I was reading the text that you put in the Google Drive, that as I was doing this, I was reading those texts, and I found some relation between what's happening here and what's mentioning in the text.
That's quite nice, interesting point, not to follow the material witness of Susan Shupil, not so there are evidence in the field that maybe can anticipate through material exploration that could anticipate what it could happen in the future.
Yes.
All right, do you want to say? But yes, but Cesar, can you share your first impression of Russia work?
Sorry, one more time.
Can you share your first impressions of Russia work?
Yeah, you have so much information right now, and I really appreciate how you have organized it. I think that is very, very important when we're dealing with a lot of material. So you have this kind of flow chart that's gonna grow, and I can't wait to see it later on when you have more information. But great work so far. And I saw that you already used the time lapse. From the Google Earth website,
Yeah.
I think.
Yes, I was only
Yeah,
screen recorded that and make a GIF from that.
absolutely.
That's not-
Yeah, and that's also something that I was gonna mention. That you can have this like already made for you, but obviously the resolution is quite low because you have to record your screen. I would maybe suggest, yeah, taking the images from Google Earth that have a little bit higher resolution and using those to create your time lapse. But yeah, great work so far.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. Super. Rebe, some thoughts?
Yeah, no, I just think it's very nice, all this research and all this linking, how from one thing to the other that you have made, all these explorations. It's like very, it's expansive, and you are opening many doors that you can keep exploring in different ways, which is a really, really nice way to start. I mean, that's a really nice way to always start research, to just open, and then it's you always say this, that well, you have research for like 10 years that you can do just with this canvas that you have here. You can expand in so many directions. You have like your philosophical thoughts, and you have your future imaginary, like in the different scales, in a urban or in a rural, towards urban or a rural more context, or and yeah, I think also this it's like the start also, because we can just move on from your Google Earth maps there and start thinking how to maybe create the best where is the most interesting cut, and we start there more or less, or to
Yeah.
see topography, or to see flying through the landscape, or yeah, so much to pick from.
Yeah, I'm agree with Cesar and Rebecca. No, there is something in the process, in this the way that you initiate your inquiry that make feasible to access to your thoughts, or to unfold your thoughts in multiple paths and avenues, and that is quite beneficial to initiate a research. You know, it's a kind of a mood board, but it's not just that. It's not just they are not just put it there. But they are linked and connected and have certain forms of organizations, as Cesar and Rebecca are highlighting Russia's, and that is it's important. I think it's relevant to believe in this first intuition, in this abstract thinking that drives sometimes the first steps of the research, and then yes, we always talk about that. No, that sometimes there's some in these initial moments where they are driven by abstract thinking and intuitions and more subjectivity, they are just unfolded and unpack several issues, or unfold several issues that then with a more critical research you can unpack and develop it further. Okay, so I think that this is the perfect case to see this. No? The way to develop further is to, of course, pick up one of the theme and try to correlate with the or the entire complexity that you have been producing, but to try to have a line of narrative. There is a lot of questions today about research. You know, some people say that science became too reductive. You know, and there are people battling against these reductionists that sometimes are carried on by scientific research. But in science, it's always nice to pick up one field and establish some kind of a control environment to discover something. No? While in maybe in artistic research, it's nice also to expand and have more flexible boundaries. No? So
Yeah.
I would suggest you to maybe I can see this work in 3 directions. One, to pick up one of the themes that could be based on the idea of evidence, maybe, and be supported by the lectures of Susan Shupil, and also use it, to quote her. So I want to work in that direction. So in material evidence, and especially territorial evidence, and then go to your first inquiries and pick up that philosophical, as Rebe was mentioning, point of view, or and quoting and reference your work in relation with some other researchers, and then take that avenue, and say, okay, I want to work with this material evidence, but I want to talk about territorial evidence. So then you go into your first Google Earth stop motion, and in the stop motion, you found 2 forms of evidence in there. One is a growing pattern that coming from human perspective. There is a kind of a routine that you discover that is related with a path, the tourist path. When we were there, they are all also, Rebecca and me was surprised by a company that take you in a helicopter and left you in the fields far away from there. And they pick you up 3 days after. You have a walkie-talkie or some kind of a forms of communication with them, just in case of something happened, that people really get isolated. No? And I'm surprised that you found this road that penetrate the ancient forest. No? So, and by finding this path, you realize that yes, the line of penetration of the tourist is actually the line that is taken by the developers to create the housing, and this is an observation that coming from the acceleration of time, as we were introducing yesterday, in the lecture, that when you pick up of a phenomena and you accelerate, you understand the pattern by accelerating and find certain logic. So there is a first forms of evidence that is quite clear in your first inquiry. The second that I will try to follow up with that is the discovery of let's say, your observations about the detouring or the formation of the river, the body of the river, and to see how maybe it's triggered by the floods or triggered by the dams or certain man-made actions, or if something that, as any rivers, the natural flows, the river are kind of a live organism. They move and they sometimes flood to irrigate sediment into other geographies, and there's the natural condition of the river, so to do that and feed the area that surround the river. No? So it seems like there is a logic of sedimentation in this. We can see it clearly in the flows and erosions pattern that you highlight there. And they say that this is your second form of evidence. So then you initiate your research like that. No? So I pick up with the idea of material or evidence or material evidence as a form of research today. And I like to highlight this as a territorial evidence. And by using these tools of acceleration, I discovered there are 2 forms of evidence that I want to investigate further. One, the kind of a growing pattern based on the developer, and also a growing sedimentation that I found in these 2 things. And then everything going take that direction, Rasha. No? And I am agree with something that also Cesar mentioned, that and also Rebecca highlight, that you already start, these spatial practices are very much based on translation, especially architecture and landscapes. So we we mediate between the natural world and the intellectual or creative world. And then there is always a tool to mediate between the phenomena and the ideas that make possible to envision the future. In all your graphics, that is what we can see, no? In all your map, no? That you categorize the different iterations, and you name it, you quote it, you title them, and it would be nice to specify in each of them the tool that you are used to translate and the different prompts that you are used, and even improve that process. If you zoom out a little bit, I can see that you have a prompt here on your right of the mirror board. Exactly. So then you pass to the Google map, you see the species, and you have the first prompt. So imagine that you have another moment that you combine other three elements and you prompt again, and you have another result. You pick up some other information for the second result, and you specify and make clear and make evidence your workflow and re-engineering your research in relation with that. No? So you realize, okay, if I always prompt, maybe the prompt could have in the next iteration could have a specific species that you found that are the one that coming back to the idea of evidence, and so on. All right, this is a good way to go. So have a second look of your first map and pick up in moments that you can see that you can reproduce and enhance it, giving a second chance to the methodology. One of the things that I think that it works well is the territorial evidence combining with the molecular samples that we provide, or the pictures from the species. Maybe you can use one picture from the microscopical and prompt it. Another workflow that I work well is the one that you have below, the historical pictures, the ones from the museum. You have it a little bit in the bottom. Can you move it a little bit? And you make another iterations that show historical pictures with the same things, and to see what happens if you show if you fit the Midjourney with referential pictures from the past or referential pictures from the present, and exchanging with any others. No, all right. So give it a second chance to that. I would say there is a last things that I want to recommend you in some of the last iterations. These ones are very nice, the villages, no? And I like the idea of the ones that you have on your right, a little bit in the bottom, that is some sort of a urban patterns. Yes, exactly. You're coming back to this one, that is very nice. And this one especially, no, exactly. This last one, the settlements, no? That in some point they are showing a world that is not, they are not exactly cities, but they are kind of a amplification of what happened in a microscopic scale. So maybe try to see if you can, by using the samples in microscopical view, you can show not anymore the scale of the human settlements, but the scale, the forms of occupation of the microscopic species. No? Yes.
I can add something just about the Kvikkjokk, that it is something, it's the gate, you can say. I don't know if you already have seen that, but it's like the gate to a national park that is called Sarek, which is one of our most important national parks. And there is a what do you say, hiking path that is called Kungsleden, the King's Path. And which is a very, very like heavy tourist, it's heavy in tourism, I mean in hikers. So but and I can I can paste here just the link to and then you because that's also interesting patterns that it's
this is a beautiful flow too, no? And then you decide if it's a future, a post-humanist future, or it's a future where the iterations between humans and other species became more more based on mutualism, coexistence. So you can see it clearly here when you go to pick up mushrooms. when you cut the roots of the chanterelles and drop it to clean the mushrooms, and when you are spread it around, they are a multiplication of that. You can see also how wild pigs are actually scratching the ground, and that actually stimulate the growing of mushrooms, and with all the theories also of human dance and cultural behavior, how it stimulate the growing of mycelium, and also the species that when you take it and you consume it, and how the defecation also allow the seeds to spread, and all the relations that could trigger the exponential growth of tourists into the behavior of these species. Right, this is something that you can prompt, but believe in the prompt, Rasha. So the more that you speculate into the script, let's say the movie script, as it's a movie, and you script it based on intellectual, conceptual, historical information or scientific information, the better, using ChatGPT, the better the image generation could be, no? So there's something about the narrative that we produce based on historical backgrounds and antecedents, scientific data, and speculations, and together with the referential image that we feed the algorithm, no? Either microscopic or territorial. Okay, so play with all these components until you create a protocol that facilitates you to create different generative process. Very nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments.
All right, guys. Is any of you do want to show some of your first thoughts? Yes, Walter, please. Okay, yes, Walter was talking about the clear cuts. Yes.
Sorry, I'm back. So let's see. Is that a project Miro board, or is that a personal Miro board?
It's a personal. We were planning to make a Miro board, but then we are so full that the Miro didn't allow us to invite any more students. But yes, guys, remember that we set up outputs for each day. So Rebecca and me were thinking that we would need to give you a little bit of time, not for that, but remember to upload your document, PDF, your videos, if you make stop motions, or and your first image in the folders in your group, and we will able to revisit this information. Okay. So unfortunately, we will not have a common Miro board, but you can use your Miro to drop your information or collect it as you are doing there in a Google Doc, Walter. So there's no problem. Yes.
And if you have a Miro board that you're working on, perhaps you could put it in this document too, so then we can access it from there, the link.
So would Google Slides be better? Is it better to have a board or to have I love working in Google Slides, so then I can progressively tell the story, and you're not like wandering around the screen and figuring out wherever you want to be. But I also like Miro because at the end of the day you print it and it's the really beautiful collection of hierarchically less important images.
This is very important. Sorry to interrupt you, Walter. I will pick up from this what you mentioned. So usually in our master studio, we encourage the use of Miro because allow you to drop things and have a more flexible process, but it's a little bit difficult to present from them. So of course, it collects the entire, it's a map of navigation of the research, which is very, very valuable. But we encourage our students to have the narrative, the slideshow, as you are saying. So we will expect from all of you to present your work as a sequence of images, no, as a narrative images. So of course you can do that from Miro. So if you make frames in Miro, then it will give you the slide, no? But thinking the final presentation as a sequence of a slide, I think it's more convenient, as you are saying. No?
Okay. So I thought I made a mistake. I thought as group 3, we were going to kind of work together. And Nastaran and I have communicated a little bit back and forth. So I think we're going to try to work together. I'm not sure if she's still on. Yeah. Nastaran, you're still on, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So trying to get our heads around where exactly Randajur is, seems like it's a much colder place than what you guys all look like on the screen. Like it's kind of way up north, right? So like all of these wonderful green pictures, is it like, do they get the 3 months of green, right?
Exactly. It's winter at least half of the year, and maybe even more. Maybe it's winter there 7 or 8 months more or less. And actually up there, they according to the Sami calendar, you have 9 seasons, and sometimes they also even say 12 seasons. So instead of putting it down to fewer seasons, you just add all of these kind of
nuances.
Yeah, nuances in seasons.
Cold, really cold, extra cold.
Absolutely.
If you just know how
You
many
know, don't come out of the tent week.
there are very many names for snow, for example. You have, yeah.
That's fascinating, Walter. The seasonal aspect is completely different. It's not just the four season, but
It was
many of them.
funny because the first image that came up, like on Google Earth, and it only comes up once, was this really frozen image. And all of the rest are super green and it's really nice. And I'm like, what the heck? Where looks cold up there.
Yeah, and this is not, I would, yeah, okay. I would almost assume it to be even whiter, but I guess this part quite frozen here. But in the winter, the river would freeze completely, would freeze completely.
And then,
yeah.
Oh, it freezes completely.
Probably, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and then then became roads. No, there are some is very much what happened is that some of the territories that are not freeze anymore because of global warming interrupt the flows of the rain there and the migration of animals. No, but usually became continuous territory for Samis. They used to pass over the rivers and move from north to south.
But I would say that maybe green months are, what could it be? But 5 months maybe, or something like that.
5 green months.
It's just me assuming, but yeah, I guess something like that.
So the whole meaning of a forest or an old growth forest, when you only have 5 green months, is really different as a protected habitat.
Absolutely, and the hypothesis is that in the boreal forest, it's not just the sequestration didn't happen with the chlorophyll and the leaves, but actually happen in the soil. It do that condition. So it's the soil who's really sequestrate, while in tropical forest is completely the opposite. No?
And then it's really flat. Like where we're at is really flat, right? Like it's really flat.
I think so, yes.
It's really flat and then crash into the mountains, the system of mountains and the border with Norwegian.
I mean,
but the mountains are really far away.
They are starting to rise in where you are, I would say. And then in Kvikkjokk, you really enter into the mountain systems. With the case we were discussing with Rashi, right?
Rasha, huh?
Rasha, yeah.
Yes, from there, from the road, you can see that, you can see those mountains.
Sorry, I'm not quite as talented as Cesar at driving Google Earth.
You can see the
You're doing
mountains
great.
in the
But
passage.
these guys are a really long way away.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at it, at a 2D map and zoom out a little bit from the top, you're gonna see like actually how close, like Rebecca said, to the mountains. Yeah.
In this map of Carfon lineals that we were showing yesterday, Walter, he talked about that, no? That when he was walking toward Rivers Up, he was seeing this small top mountain.
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
The Arctic Circle.
Exactly.
You're above the Arctic Circle. You're in the Arctic.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. So I got a couple of those parts.
And since it is what is the name in English when it's cone the trees that have spikes
Cones, the pine cone. No.
Exactly. What do you call that?
Evergreens.
Evergreens.
The evergreen.
And that is of course because they are always green. They are not leaf trees. Yeah. Those that you can see there in the Randia or Mena and the clear cuts.
So I just had way too much stuff on my screen open. Sorry, that probably shouldn't be on recordings. Let me share again. So instead of jumping right into image making, like it always, maybe I'm taking this wrong, Alejandro, but in a lot of your presentations, the way you characterize kind of human intervention on sites always seems slightly negative. Like you call it like scars, kind of things. So I wanted to take a point of view of thinking of negatives and of positives that happen when you clear cut. And I'm kind of from the farmlands of New Jersey, back when they used to have farmlands. And, you know, the only way that we had corn and produce and things for our cows was somebody doing clear cut. So there was super big benefits. But then the properties that my parents owned were the ancient forest and were much more beautiful. So I kind of have a good feel for both. So I just started rolling through kind of the ideas of habitat and biodiversity. And these aren't meant to be exhaustive lists, but kind of a quick look at that I like in talking to you, I could augment with other things that we could think about. But, you know, loss of the wildlife habitat, of course, reduced biodiversity, that comes back up in the positives too, because it's flat and some other biodiversity can be there. Pollinator habitats, medicinal plants, which I'm sure there's medicinal plants there. Non-timber forest products, nuts and berries, mushrooms. So I don't know from the research that was put up online how much of all of these things you noticed when you were there. You know, soil and water, soil erosion. Compaction, like definitely when they clear cut, water contamination, both in and out, if it's kind of a flat site, altered water cycles. Can't even imagine how this altered the water cycles. Groundwater recharge probably is not the greatest issue up there, but it's kind of an issue everywhere. Increased flooding risk. You know, didn't look like it floods that much up there. Increased CO2 levels, air quality degradation. We're now creating the ability to create a heat island. So when it's those 5 months, it can be much warmer because the trees aren't photosynthesizing. Economic impacts are kind of, you've suddenly lost all your trees. So, maybe the tourists want to come see empty fields. It's nicer to live next to people that have trees. So, but developed property has higher values. Impact on are the indigenous people still, like Sweden's pretty indigenous, right? Like if you're from Sweden, you are the indigenous people. No?
No. No. They are a group called the Samis, and they are stretching across actually Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. And they organize them or are organized in Sami villages, you can say, and they are using very big land areas for the practices that they have been doing for thousands of years, and stretching very much along the rivers. So they are very much aligned with the landscape, the natural landscape.
So would they be there?
They are there.
Oh, they are there.
Mm.
Okay. Okay. Long-term ecological damages, disruption of food chain, probably especially for all the microorganisms, loss of soil, altered hydrology, fire risks from the exposure to the forest edges, disruption of seed dispersal, altered animal migration patterns. I guess there's roads there, so exactly how the migration, was there any indication on the site that there were, you have reindeer, right, running through?
Sorry?
Reindeer.
Yes, the Sami communities are very much depending on the reindeer. And these reindeers, and that is why they are moving across such big territories, because they move in between grazing areas that are in the mountain during the summer months, and then they go down more to the forest areas in the winter months, where they feed on the old trees, for example, on the lichen that is attached to the or depending on the
trees.
Old trees.
So the reindeer taste like lichen.
Sorry?
Because that's what they eat. So the reindeer aren't so good in the wintertime because they're only eating the lichen.
They like the
They're
lichen.
Yeah. And then, so this was just, my top list of, I don't know how intensively you want me to go through it, but kind of the negative environmental impacts. And then I guess the economic benefits, timber supply, job creation, boost the local economy, revenue for landowners, so like until the moment that the timber is gone, it's pretty useful. It's pretty easy to develop the land. It's much easier to control like the pests and the reindeer because you can see them all standing out there. Like if you were homesteading, having a nice flat field would help your water yield. So that would be pretty nice. Improved watershed management. Create edge habitats. Like, edges of forests are super valuable. Increase light and understory. So this ability to generate food for the animals, the minute you have understory at the edges of the forest that you've now created is much greater. Then you have a much better growth during the growing season. More stuff other than lichen to grow there. You mentioned that there's the forests that people go visit, so maybe this could be like campgrounds, fishing camps, you know, the cultural and educational, you can actually study what's under the ground now, as opposed to when the forest is there. It's pretty hard to get through the roots and the like top layers of soil. You know, then it keeps getting more complicated. So this is, so I wasn't quite exactly sure what to do with the pros and cons of, and it doesn't seem like so far, especially in our story of the mantises, it seemed like there was some huge benefits to creating a new environment. And was that the point of that story? Are we going to talk about the point of that story?
Well, I think that you are touching upon a very important point, a very important issue, Walter. I was thinking several comparison to share with you. So one is the distinction or the call that Latour asked for a conciliation between culture and nature, no? Not something that could be any more confronting between each other, like a cultural practices or the defense of cultural practice against nature or vice versa, but instead a point of conciliation between our cultural production and nature, no? And it's a historical discussion, so there's a book, a fantastic book of Andrea Wolf, the name is the Invention of Nature, where she collect the information about the travels of Humboldt, especially in Latin America and in America, and it's North America and in Russia. And she was pointing how, especially, he used to travel with tools to measure the environment and to try to discover some sort of some kind of clues or to have hints about to make us understand the environment in a more complex way. So then she mentions a point where Humboldt was visiting the Valencia Lake in Venezuela, and he found that the Spanish colons were cutting the trees to allow the breeze to pass, and to make it fresh. And then suddenly it was probably that they cut it and the breeze passed, but at the same time the lake was lowering the level of the water, and the area became warmer. So that contradictions that make us understand that the manipulation of nature in favor of humans is curious. I like that you mentioned this. I try not to have of course, my inclination always is to reflect critically about man-made productions, but I try to be. I recently finished my PhD thesis at the University of Geneva, and I was touching upon these issues, and I'm very happy that you mentioned that. Not to Rebecca was telling me that I didn't comment this yesterday, but I was intriguing to seeing that what really happened with nature today is that if we need to go forward between this confrontation between natural and artificial, as we were saying, or what is or our nostalgic and bucolic way to imagine nature and understanding a more complex and deep relation. And even I'm supporting the idea of this hybrid or new territorial formations that I was mentioned yesterday, that not to think in nature as something that is pristine and untouchable, but to understand that there are already transformations that never will never approach us to what it was nature before, but a new forms of ecologies that are rising in a way that we coexist with it. And I think that this is the way, you know, I like that you put this in pros and cons, even that these are the divisions between. So I think that we should try to avoid the dialectic, that is something is positive or negative, but it's nice that you put it there, because then you can try to weave in between these dialectics, no? To remove the opposition or the contradictions, but try to weave in a more comprehensive or more expanded way to interpret nature. No? I think this is the goal. So I argue that once nature is intervened or altered, it's not just that we modify the physical condition of that, which is something that we can see it in the introduction that Cesar and Hana made today is about that. They were mentioned that, so that when we intervene nature, or when we can go back to especially in Lolo River, when you go into these geographies, everything is fantastic, no? And the tourists go to see such a fantastic nature, no? It's not exactly the nature that it was before, but it's beautiful, it's exciting, it's exuberant, and it's incredible. They have been recovering. Even we cannot see the scars anymore. Nevertheless, there is an alteration that we cannot see. So that make us understand that it's not just about that. It's to understand nature in its own complexity. Even in a synthetic dimension that not have been covering now the planet, but try to discover what kind of a new codes or DNA or frequencies of intervals, rhythms, nature already is performing, and to understand this new dimension of nature that remain invisible to our eyes. And that is very much the idea of this workshop, that we argue that to seeing beyond our side dominant perspective make us understand those conditions of nature that they are not related with the beauty or the aesthetical conditions, but instead to some other dimensions that we cannot understand from nature. So I really believe that this point of departure that you start could lead you to something interesting, no? To see these pros and cons and try to think in between, no? And because you can see that the environmental discussion today is very much in these two things, no? People that argue that it's benefit that we cannot do that anymore. People that say, well, we need to do it because otherwise how we survive, and always is this ping pong, no? But we can maybe see in between, and you can try to see if some of these things could be woven in a more holistic perspective, future perspective. So I think it would be quite exciting to orient your work in that direction. You want to say something, Nadia?
I can just add maybe, and it's pretty much what you were saying, that I guess the point also, our point is kind of to create this counter narrative of the general understanding, which probably is aligning with your point of view or your argument here, which are generally sprung from economic interests, less interest of biodiversity or those or culturalist resilience. They are put away, you know. And
they didn't clear cut for biodiversity.
Exactly.
That wasn't a reason to clear cut.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
Yeah, it's just thinking this in relation with forest fire, for instance. So the nature, we were talking about flooding before, no? In the case of Russia, no? The people struggling today with flooding, river floods. But if you see historically how the rivers move, they are really feeding the landscape that is beside. So of course, when we inhabited the borders, things happen, but rivers floods, no? The forest fire exists. I mean, it's a way that nature produced to regenerate. The same when the strong winds put down some trees, and this is the natural destruction of nature is really part of this own rhythm and sequence. Is the thing is this when these alterations became out of rhythm, or we would distort the frequencies, and then became out of start to perform erratic. Cesar, you want to add something? Sorry, I took another point, please.
I think you guys have covered it pretty much. I agree with what you both said, and yeah, I think it's a good starting point.
I have one more question.
Yes.
On the site, like there's the kind of two different areas of clear cut that maybe you saw when you were there. But in the middle of it, they left the nature.
Yeah.
So my experience with farmers, for people who did this for farming, is they did it as the place for their cattle or cows or animals to go rest outside the fields, or that it was a slight depression. But you have any idea what happened here?
This is a very nice observation. In SLU, there is have been conducting research about forest cuts, and they have been coming up with different patterns of extraction that are very much related with that. Like for instance, have a look of the check pattern, for instance, Walter, and have a look of also their theories or their arguments around the DNA selection. So they have selecting special species that really carry on a whole an entire ecosystem. They have having rooting in a more strong way, and they extract the other ones that are more less, let's say, less connected. No, so this is selective extraction of selecting cuts. No? I don't know exactly how is the name of the method, but you will find it. No, so so in the case of the chest pattern, what they do is that left kind of in this chest is kind of a grid when they extract in a chest patterns and left some kind of islands of vegetations where animals can pass through and pollinators can pass and so on. No? And in these cut selections is even more specific, so they can really evaluate the forest, use all these methodologies to scan, revisit the soil and see what really happened, and try to affect less the ecosystem, the entanglements that they found in the forest. But if you see in history, so this is let's say that the most forefront research that we can see today in Sweden. But if you see, for instance, where we are now in the south with Rebecca, where Rebecca grows, it's a very exciting area where to cultivate, they need to extract the stones that they were in the field. And these stones were put either creating roads or creating kind of a biotopes where nature thrived in an amazing way. So farmers have been using these techniques. No, they leave it. They left also certain islands within the field. And those islands guarantee that the species can move across, species contribute with the crops, pollinators also contribute with the crops. No? And we recently went to Gotland, one of the islands, and we see that suddenly they are inserting maize, they are cultivating maize, not even to corn, not even to grow, but to feed the animals and those. And when we passed beside these areas, they were not pollinated at all. You can really feel how those small changes could affect the flows of insects and many other ecosystemic relations. Yeah, you want to mention something about that? Yeah.
No, just the value of those insects, maybe also that they are super annoying maybe to have mosquitoes that bite you, but they are very important for the for the circle of our life, of our planet.
Yeah, so that that is something that maybe could be also related with your investigation. Maybe this in between or intermediate research that we are suggesting to think in between is also to think in those in betweens aspects. I think that is very much the same scope. No, the problem lies on that there is a boundary that is cut and there is and that produce exactly like boundaries. No. But instead, if we think in spaces of intermediate boundaries, of flexible boundaries, plus the islands, there is a way to think in a more suited way to extract. Now, I have a students a couple of years ago that investigate the possibilities to farmers to use the machines. She make patterns. She took, for example, she took some fields also here in Skåne, around Skåne, in the south, and she evaluate how the farmers were cutting and how the farmers also were cultivating and the lines of cultivation. And she was analyzing the machines from the hands machines, the cutter, this kind of a long machetes, to the machines, the tractors, no? And she create patterns to avoid the cut of these islands and to create as much as possible to contribute with the crops. And she was arguing that will also benefit the farmers, but at the same time will benefit the natural ecosystem. No? And that is what I think is the visions to come, Walter, no? That to find these forms of conciliations, no? That so have a look if you can investigate, can you push your work in that direction, okay?
Sure. Great. Thank you so much.
Yes, I have a tool maybe, or I'm thinking patterns or motivation, if we can see that if we can see in those historical, with the help of Google, see how this area has changed.
Yeah, maybe try to have a intermediate look. What do you think, Cesar? So something that allow you to see these patterns, Walter. So, so we have the microscopic and we have this territorial, but something that may you see a little bit the pattern imprinted in the ground, no? As the ones that Cesar was showing in relation with the clear cuts, no? That give you a hint. So in the clear cut happen the same. So there is also the machines have a protocol of extractions. Yes, exactly, no? So the patterns that are encrypted or embedded or imprinted into the landscape. And with these ones, you can start to play, maybe put it in AI and make a speculation about that and possible forms of growing. No? All right. Sounds exciting. Cesar, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry? Yeah, it sounds really exciting. And it would be really interesting. Maybe you can take these tracks that we're talking to you about, and I can give you, if you're looking at my case list, it's case number 14, where you see a clear path of where the tractors have driven around, and maybe you can kind of subtract that pattern and add it to your current site to speculate on what it would look like.
All right.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Walter. We were thinking, guys, with Rebe that tomorrow we have a session at 10, but of course we haven't give you a little bit of time to work on it. So tomorrow we will have a presentation at 11 possible from one of the other group, and at 2. And at 2:30, we initiate the sessions with Tomas, Mena, of Grasshopper and Irina, no? About the growing patterns, the growing systems. So we think that maybe we see each other in the morning and try to have some kind of a short exercise. No, it would be super nice. That very simple. Either with a Miro board or as Walter was suggesting, but it's interesting that your first inquiry, trying to put it on the your first ideas in a document, and to have a round where we can really interact with you guys and give you a help. All right, so maybe it's a short exercise to just put together the first material that you have been producing in a PDF or a Google Doc, and we can see each other after the first lecture in the morning and have a round.
So we can, at 10 o'clock, we will open some Zoom rooms, so you can, if you want to be within your groups, you can be there. And then also we will upload this video now that we have been recording today. So you can also look at this and start working supported by this material, and yeah, to get some time to do that. And then.
All right, it sounds okay.
I love the idea of weaving. I love the idea of weaving. That's my favorite idea from today. I love that idea.
Fantastic, Walter, super. It was very exciting session, was very, very rich. And thank you, Cesar, again, and thank you all of you to participate. We will see you tomorrow, and please feel free to jump into first ideas. So as we said, there is nothing wrong, nothing correct. So there is just a space. This is a space for speculation and for critical approach, for conversations, and for creative thoughts, creative thinking. So that is what is important, what we would like to generate. Okay, so sometimes it's nice to make very short, very fast exercise. Just put it together, everything in one page, and open the conversation together with us. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, now that we have Cesar here, our source, if anybody have a last question for him before we leave, now that we have him with us.
And like I said, you can send me an email if you have any questions outside of the Zoom room. But otherwise, yeah, just ask me.
Exactly. Right. So you can also email Cesar anytime.
I can have something.
Agil, you want to mention something? Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cesar, Rebecca. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Agil. Thank you all.
So
nice to
Thank
see
you
you
so
again.
much.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Keep
Have a good
inspiring.
afternoon.
All right. Bye-bye.
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 So, ciao, ciao, guys.